Chapter 3450. Master. Elder Qi. Qin Feiyang bowed. Let's make it short. First, we've already made arrangements for Lu Zhengyuan, Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, and Zhao Xiaojin. If you're worried, you can bring them to the Black Tortoise world. Second, there are people guarding the Alliance capital now. You'd better not come to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance again. Third, don't go head-to-head with the dragons again. It won't do you any good. The deputy leader hurriedly finished speaking and turned off the voice transmission stone without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf was also quite speechless. Why did it feel like he was a thief? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and sighed. It seems that the dragons won't stop until they kill us. Then let's wait and see. Who will kill who in the end? The white-eyed wolf sneered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and activated the voice transmission stone again. Buzz. Not long after, another illusory figure appeared. It was Zhuo Tianxing. Uncle. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Zhuo Tianxing asked with concern, "How are you guys now?" "We're all good. How about you guys? Where are you hiding now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That's good." Zhuo Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "We're hiding in Tianyu Building now. There's no danger for the time being." Tianyu Building? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. In the past few months, Tianyu Building has been developing well in the Western continent. There are already more than a dozen branches. We're hiding in one of them. It's Yuqing who helped arrange it. Zhuo Tianxing smiled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "All right then. Give me the coordinates and gather everyone. I'll pick you guys up later." "Pick us up?" Zhuo Tianxing was stunned. "Yes. I can't be at ease with you guys staying outside." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It won't cause any trouble, right?" Zhuo Tianxing hesitated. "What's so troublesome about this? We're all family." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "It seems that I'm still treating you like an outsider." Zhuo Tianxing was stunned. "What else?" Qin Feiyang was displeased. "All right." Zhuo Tianxing nodded with a bitter smile and told the precise coordinates to Qin Feiyang. "I'll be right there." After Qin Feiyang memorized the coordinates, he turned off the voice transmission stone and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He smiled and said, "Then let's symbolically take revenge. Do as you wish. I'll cooperate." The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Horsetail Whisk, come out." Whoosh. The horsetail whisk silently appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the horsetail whisk and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf understood. As it waved its paw, a legendary passage appeared. The man and the wolf immediately walked in. The next moment, they descended in the sky above the Alliance capital. Boom. The horsetail whisk immediately recovered. A destructive aura suddenly burst out and blasted downward like a torrent. The barrier set up by the Alliance Master immediately appeared in the void in the face of such a powerful wave. Then, with a loud crack, it shattered on the spot. This is the aura of a sovereign divine weapon. It's Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. What are they doing? The people below looked up and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Qin Feiyang the personal disciple of the Vice Alliance Master? Why did he attack the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? What was wrong with him? Because at that time, when they were acting, the three people from the Alliance and the woman in black dress were talking to each other through voice transmission, so they didn't know that the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and Qin Feiyang had already fallen out. Qin Feiyang's face was incomparably cold. The power of the horsetail whisk surged toward the city. Whoosh. 4 figures rushed up to the sky like lightning. It was the silver-haired woman, the Alliance Master, and the 2 white-haired old women. Boom. Immediately after, a mighty power surged out from the silver-haired woman's body and blocked the aura of the horsetail whisk. "It's you. It seems that you expected that we would come to find trouble with the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, so you have been waiting here." Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman and the other 2 and raised his eyebrows. "That's right." The silver-haired woman nodded. "What about the others?" Qin Feiyang scanned the Alliance capital, his face full of vigilance. Don't worry, the others are not here. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang frowned. What was the situation with this woman? She didn't seem to have the intention to fight with him. Immediately after, he looked at the Alliance Master and said in a deep voice, "You are indeed colluding with them." The Alliance Master looked a little flustered and didn't dare to look directly at Qin Feiyang's eyes. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Look into my eyes and answer me. Why are you doing this? Am I not good enough to your rogue cultivators alliance?" The Alliance Master lowered his head and seemed to be ashamed. What's the situation? The people in the city below, as well as the disciples of the Hall of the Exalted, looked at this scene with puzzlement. Good. I was blind this time. However, you'd better pray that the dragons will protect you for the rest of your life. After Qin Feiyang said that, he looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. Wait! The silver-haired woman called out. However, Qin Feiyang ignored her and said without turning his head, "You should know that you can't keep me, so don't waste your energy." "I can't keep you, but there's something that you'll definitely be interested in. That's the Eye of Heaven." The silver-haired woman's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. The Eye of Heaven? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't stop and stepped directly into the transmission channel. The white-eyed wolf and the horsetail whisk followed closely behind. "My dragons also have someone with the Eye of Heaven. If you're interested, come and find me here. I'll always stay in the Rogue Cultivators Alliance." The silver-haired woman's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind again. Other than Qin Feiyang, there was no one else who heard these words. As soon as the silver-haired woman finished speaking, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the horsetail whisk completely disappeared into the transmission channel. "Your Highness, are you just going to let them go?" The two white-haired old women looked at the silver-haired woman in shock. "What else can I do? Fight with this person and wait for my brothers and sisters to come so that they can reap the benefits? I'm not that stupid. If we have to fight with our lives on the line, they'll be the ones to fight first." The silver-haired woman smiled secretly. Fine. The two of them were helpless. They couldn't understand what the little princess was thinking. "Did you see that? Did you see that? How long has it been? They're here to take revenge." The Alliance Master glared at the silver-haired woman. "Isn't it fine now?" The silver-haired woman frowned. The Alliance Master said in a deep voice, "It's fine now, but it doesn't mean it will be fine in the future. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the Rogue Cultivators Alliance won't be in danger." The silver-haired woman waved her hand and didn't take it to heart at all. Whoosh! At this moment, the Vice Alliance Master, the Hall Master of the Human Palace, and the Shunmang couple arrived at lightning speed and landed beside the Alliance Master. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Sigh. The Alliance Master looked at the two of them and let out a low sigh. Then, he looked at the Shunmang couple and asked, "Where's Tianxing and the others?" "We didn't find them," the Shunmang couple said in a deep voice. "What? You didn't find them?" The Alliance Master's expression changed. The silver-haired woman and the two old women couldn't help but look at the Shunmang couple and frown slightly. "That's right. We searched the entire Alliance capital, but we didn't find any trace of them. We asked someone familiar to send them a message, but there was no response." The Shunmang couple shook their heads. "How could this be? When we discussed with the dragons about how to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others, we set up a soundproof barrier. They couldn't have known that we betrayed Qin Feiyang and the others." The Alliance Master raised his eyebrows. "Could it be the white-eyed wolf?" the Vice Alliance Master suddenly asked. "The white-eyed wolf?" The Alliance Master was stunned. "That's right." The Vice Alliance Master nodded and pointed at the silver-haired woman and the other two. He said in a deep voice, "Didn't they say not long ago that when they rushed to the Sea of Heavenly Clouds, they didn't see the white-eyed wolf? Maybe it was the white-eyed wolf who tipped off Tianxing and the others to secretly leave the Alliance capital." The Vice Alliance Master's expression stiffened. He turned to the Shunmang couple and asked, "Did you go to the exit to ask?" "Yes. According to the people guarding the exit, they have indeed left the Alliance capital. And it was not long after they went to the Sea of Heavenly Clouds." The Shun Mang couple glanced at the silver-haired woman and the others. Damn it, damn it. How could we have overlooked these people? If we had thought of them from the start, how could they have had the chance to escape the Alliance capital? The Alliance master roared, his face full of anger. It's not all our fault. The biggest fault is theirs. If they had succeeded in killing Qin Feiyang and the others, how could this have happened? The Vice Alliance master glanced at the silver-haired woman and the others and coldly snorted. Don't take advantage of us. I haven't said that you were careless, and you're blaming us? The silver-haired woman's eyes flashed coldly. She said indifferently, they're just a few small fries. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, even if we caught them, Qin Feiyang and the others might not care. Wrong. He definitely cares. Because he's such a righteous person. The Alliance master said. I don't know what kind of person he was before, but now that you've betrayed him, do you think he'll still be the same as before? The silver-haired woman sneered. Can you keep your voice down? Do you want all the disciples below to know that we've betrayed them? How are we going to manage the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the future? The Alliance master looked at the disciples below and said angrily, this matter will be exposed sooner or later. After saying that, the silver-haired woman led the two white-haired old women and flew down to the city below without looking back. Looking at the backs of the three people, the Alliance master, the Vice Alliance master, the Hall of Famers, and the Shun Mang couple looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. All the problems were finally solved. Now, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance might not be able to stay out of this, but at least they didn't have to face the risk of being hunted down by the dragons. Next, it would depend on the ability of Qin Feiyang and the others. The dragons wouldn't give up just like that, and Qin Feiyang and the others weren't so benevolent. Therefore, this battle would continue until one side fell. Chapter 3451. At the same time, in an antique, tidy and clean tea house, Zhuo Tianxing, Elder Yu, Lu Zhengyuan, Zhao Xiaojin and Yu Qing gathered together, talking and laughing. Their faces were full of anticipation. On the tea table, not only was the best tea prepared, but there was also an exquisite incense burner. Light smoke rose in spirals, and the fragrance assailed their nostrils. That's right. This was a branch of Tianyu Tower in the Western continent. Lu Zhengyuan and the others were naturally summoned by Zhuo Tianxing. Uncles, Elder Yu, Miss Yu Qing, what's going on? Zhao Xiaojin was still in a daze. Although she had seen what the woman in the black dress and the others did with her own eyes, she had no idea why. We don't know either. Zhuo Tianxing shook his head. Yu Qing shook her head and said, I don't know either. She was originally busy entertaining the guests, but suddenly received a message from the Criminal Investigation Unit, asking her to pick up a few people. When she picked up Zhuo Tianxing and the others, the Criminal Investigation Unit told her to take care of Zhuo Tianxing and the others, then turned and left, not giving her a chance to ask questions. However, they could all think that this matter was definitely not that simple. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang would not have come personally to pick them up to the Black Tortoise realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a space-time transmission channel appeared in the void next to them. They immediately put down the teacups in their hands and looked toward the space-time transmission channel, only to see a man and a wolf walk out from it. It was Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and the horsetail whisk. But when they walked out, Qin Feiyang stood still in the same place, not moving at all. Looking at his face, it was full of disbelief. The horsetail whisk did not enter Qin Feiyang's sea of qi immediately. The white-eyed wolf did not notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He waved his paws at Zhuo Tianxing and the others and said with a smile, Hello everyone, did you miss me? Zhuo Tianxing and the others could not help but shake their heads and laugh. But soon, they noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Little Qinzi, what are you doing? Although it's a reunion of old friends, there's no need to be so excited. The white-eyed wolf also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormal behavior. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and grinned. However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he hadn't heard anything. White-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. Something didn't seem right. Lu Zhengyuan sized up Qin Feiyang, then looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, Little wolf, what's going on? I don't know. He was fine at the Rogue Cultivator Alliance just now. What's wrong with him? The white-eyed wolf shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What? You guys just went to the Alliance capital? Zhuo Tianxing was shocked. Yes. I went for a stroll. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Stroll around? Zhao Xiaojin and Yu Qing looked at each other and were speechless. It was as if they were going shopping. Little Qinzi. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but raise his paw and pat Qin Feiyang on the shoulder. Ah. Qin Feiyang quivered and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, "What's wrong?" "You're asking me what's wrong?" The white-eyed wolf twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I want to ask you why you stood there motionless like a piece of wood when you came out." "Me?" Qin Feiyang pointed at his nose. "What else?" The white-eyed wolf was really speechless. He touched Qin Feiyang's forehead and muttered, "You don't have a fever. Why are you acting crazy for no reason?" "You're the one who's acting crazy." Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Zhuo Tianxing and the others and said with an embarrassed smile, "You're all here." "Sorry, I was distracted." "I don't understand why you were distracted." "Elder," you frowned. "What's wrong? Why are you so worried?" Zhuo Tianxing looked at him with concern. "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Go to the Black Tortoise world first, then go to Sky Cloud Island and cultivate with Big Brother." "What? Sky Cloud Island? Cultivate with his big brother? Are you spouting nonsense again?" Zhuo Tianxing and the others looked at each other. "You'll know when the time comes." Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. They really thought he was crazy. Then what's going on? And those people looking for you everywhere, who are they? Even now, they want to hide us. Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Go to the Black Tortoise world and ask Fire Lotus and Lunatic about this." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Zhuo Tianxing and the others to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he looked at Yu Qing next to him and said with a smile, "Don't ask for now. Knowing won't do you any good. Instead, it will pressure you." "Is it that exaggerated?" Yu Qing was a little skeptical. "It's not exaggerated at all. If you really want to know, you can ask Master when the time comes. However, I sincerely advise you not to get involved and do your business well. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can protect your Tianyu building." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "All right." Yu Qing nodded. "Little Qinzi, wait a moment." The white-eyed wolf suddenly raised his paw and pondered for a while. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'm afraid that the Tianyu building won't be able to escape this disaster. After all, everyone knows that the Tianyu building developed so quickly because of you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed to make sense. "Why do I feel that something is wrong? What's going on?" Yu Qing looked at the man and the wolf and frowned. Qin Feiyang looked Yu Qing up and down for a while. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "You tell her. I'll think about a few questions." After that, Qin Feiyang sat down at the coffee table, picked up a teacup at random, and drank. "Qin Dage, that's the teacup I drank from." Yu Qing's cheeks turned red and she hurriedly said, "It's okay." Qin Feiyang shook his head and lowered his head. He drank his tea and pondered. "White-eyed wolf, what's going on?" Yu Qing was stunned. She turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Who knows?" The white-eyed wolf shrugged and then said angrily, "Who are you to call the white-eyed wolf? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Call me brother." Yu Qing was stunned. She smiled bitterly and said, okay. Brother wolf, then brother wolf, tell me. I'm already mentally prepared." "Are you sure you're mentally prepared?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her teasingly. "Yes." Yu Qing nodded heavily. "Okay, listen carefully." The white-eyed wolf was beaming with joy as he narrated the story with spittle flying everywhere. He even intentionally exaggerated the facts, which made Yu Qing dumbstruck and frightened. At the same time, Zhuo Tianxing and the others were also in the Black Tortoise world. They were also shocked when they heard the Fire Lotus's story. They never thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would attract such a huge monster when they went to the Yin Demon Land. Not to mention anything else, just these dragons' princes and princesses each had a sovereign divine weapon. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. How is it? In the tea room. The white-eyed wolf took out a jar of black tortoise divine wine and drank a mouthful. He looked at Yuqing and asked. Yuqing glanced at the white-eyed wolf, took a deep breath, and shook her head. It's completely beyond my imagination. If it wasn't from your mouth, I wouldn't have believed that such a force still exists in the sky cloud world. So, when you go out to socialize in the future, whether it's doing or speaking, you have to be careful. The white-eyed wolf warned. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yuqing smiled slightly. It's good that you know. The white-eyed wolf nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. His face was full of suspicion. What was going on with this guy? What wine fragrance? Yuqing also finally noticed the wine fragrance in the tea room. After looking around, her eyes finally locked on the wine jar in front of the white-eyed wolf. She said in surprise, "This seems to be divine wine." "Yes. Is there a problem?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her doubtfully. Yuqing smelled the wine fragrance and her eyes lit up. She asked, "What kind of divine wine is this?" As a businessman and a restaurant owner, she was naturally interested in wine. Black tortoise divine wine. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Black tortoise divine wine? Yuqing was slightly taken aback. Where had she heard of it before? That's right. The last time she followed Qin Feiyang to Sky Cloud Island to find the little rabbit, Qin Feiyang took out dozens of jars of wine called Black Tortoise Divine Wine and gave it to the little rabbit. But at that time, she didn't pay too much attention to it. Because in this world, there were many wines with the word divine wine in their names, but in fact, they weren't real divine wines. And the jar of Black Tortoise Divine Wine in front of her was indeed a peerless divine wine. Yuqing asked curiously, "Which master brewer made it?" "What do you want?" The white-eyed wolf looked at her suspiciously. Yuqing smiled and said, "What else? I just want to visit that master and see if there's a chance for cooperation. If that master agrees to cooperate, then my Tianyu Tower's business will definitely soar." "Not bad. That's a business opportunity." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "You're too kind." Yuqing waved her hand. Wasn't this a basic operation? If she didn't even know this, then how could she open a restaurant and do business? This is Black Tortoise Divine Wine, right? You can't find it outside. Only we have it. As for that master brewer, there's more than one. This is the product of many masters. They spent tens of thousands of years and countless precious materials to research it. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. He was obviously bragging. More importantly, Yuqing believed him. Her face was full of admiration. They could even develop divine wine. This group of people was indeed different. "Then can we cooperate?" She looked at the white-eyed wolf with a look of anticipation. "Cooperate?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Let's forget about cooperation. Don't try to be in the limelight during critical times." Qin Feiyang's voice suddenly sounded. Yuqing raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of suspicion in her eyes. The appearance of Black Tortoise Divine Wine will indeed raise your Tianyu Tower's voice to a higher level, but it will also attract attention. Now that the dragons will investigate everyone related to us, if we are too high profile now, it will inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. So it's better to keep a low profile for now. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Yuqing thought for a while and nodded. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Then let's cooperate again in the future." "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Thank you, Qin Dage." Yuqing smiled gratefully. The man in front of her had really helped her too much, and it was for free. Now that this man was in trouble, she couldn't do anything to help. She felt really apologetic. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and pondered for a while. He looked at Yuqing and said, "I have something to discuss with the white-eyed wolf. You go ahead and do what you need to do. Don't come to see us off later. We will leave after we are done." "Where are you going?" Yuqing quickly asked. "Don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask. Go." Qin Feiyang smiled. Yuqing helplessly got up and said, "Then take care of yourselves." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yuqing looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and nodded to the white-eyed wolf. Then, she turned and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 3452. What do you want to say? Why are you being so mysterious? The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Ever since he left the itinerant cultivator alliance, this person had been absent-minded. This was not in line with Qin Feiyang's character. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Didn't someone say that fighting souls like the Eye of Heaven are unique?" Eye of Heaven? The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and felt even more puzzled. Why are you suddenly asking this? Answer me first. Qin Feiyang urged. Don't you know the significance of the top 10 heaven-defying divine souls better than I do? It's not just one person who said so. Everyone thinks so. They are unique. The white-eyed wolf spoke. You only think so? Doesn't that mean that there is really a possibility that there will be a second person who has opened the Eye of Heaven in this world? Qin Feiyang mumbled and frowned. In the past, everyone said that it was unique, but it had not been studied. Besides, the world was huge and there were all kinds of strange things. There were many things that one did not know, but it did not mean that they did not exist. However, he still found it hard to accept. This was because this unique thinking had been deeply ingrained. Now, he was suddenly told that there was someone else who had the Eye of Heaven. This was equivalent to breaking his understanding of common sense and overturning his previous thinking. What exactly is going on? Can you explain it clearly? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang sighed and drank a mouthful of tea. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "When I left the itinerant cultivator alliance, that woman secretly told me that there is also someone who has opened the Eye of Heaven in the dragons." What? The white-eyed wolf was originally sitting on the chair like a human, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, he immediately jumped up and the wine jar in his hand fell to the ground, spilling wine all over the floor. I also feel that it is too unbelievable. That's why I have been thinking about this matter. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. That's how it is. White-eyed wolf nodded in realization. If it were him, it would have reacted the same way upon hearing this news. Because it was too shocking. Let's go. To the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. With a wave of his hand, one man and one wolf immediately descended above the Devil's Land. Following closely, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, his perception instantly enveloping the entire Devil's Land. He did not find Dong Zhengyang, Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor, and Mu Qing. Next, he then extended his perception to the Western Domain, Northern Domain, Southern Domain, Eastern Domain, and Middle Continent. Qin Dage, Brother Wolf, what are you doing? Fire Lotus leaped into the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Shh. White-eyed wolf gestured for him to keep quiet. He was also in disbelief. What's the situation? Fire Lotus was even more confused. Found it. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Dong Zhengyang was training in a city in the Eastern Domain. The demon ancestor and the demon dragon were cultivating in a mountain in the Southern Domain. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing were in a desert in the Northern Domain. They were like two ascetic monks in the secular world, wandering aimlessly. Beside the two of them, there was a mature woman. This woman was Guozueki. After not seeing her for so many years, she was even more charming than before. After all, Guozueki was quite good-looking. However, for Qin Feiyang, other than a few women, he was too lazy to look at other women. As for the grudge with Guozueki, to be honest, he did not take it to heart. He had even forgotten about it. As long as Guozueki could stay obediently in the Black Tortoise world, he would not make things difficult for her. Swish. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. White-eyed wolf and Fire Lotus's bodies became light. The next moment, they appeared above a giant mountain. On the mountain peak below, a person was sitting. It was the demon ancestor. The scenery here was not bad. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. At the foot of the mountain, there was a river. The river water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Behind the demon ancestor, there was a small thatched cottage. It was old and simple. Beside it, there was an old locust tree that swayed in the wind. The demon ancestor sat under the tree. There was a stone table, 6 stone stools, and a pot of tea. It was very plain and simple. The demon dragon was lying on the stone table, sleeping with his eyes closed. When Qin Feiyang appeared with White-Eyed Wolf and Fire Lotus, the demon dragon immediately opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes. When he realized that it was Qin Feiyang and the others, the cold light in his eyes gradually faded. Not bad. You know how to slack off. Qin Feiyang landed on the mountain peak and smiled at the demon ancestor. Although the Black Tortoise world had passed for hundreds of millions of years, the demon ancestor was still the same as before. He was a young man full of energy. The difference was, compared to before, the demon ancestor's aura was less vicious and more honest. Am I slacking off now? I'm enjoying my old age in an open and honorable manner. Sit. The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. He opened the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Where's brother? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. You might like this more. The demon ancestor took out another pot of wine. It was not the Black Tortoise divine wine, nor was it some top-grade wine. It was just a pot of ordinary wine. However, the taste was lighter and had a hint of sweetness. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. He grabbed the wine pot and laughed, as expected of an old rival. You even know brother's hobby. The demon ancestor laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Why did you think of looking for me? Qin Feiyang did not speak. He sized up the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. He really could not see through their cultivation. They were like 2 ordinary people. Obviously. They were deliberately hiding their cultivation. There's nothing to see. I am a low-stage dominator. The demon dragon is an early-stage dominator. We can't compare to you, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf. The demon ancestor smiled faintly. What? He is already a low-stage dominator? White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also surprised. Fire Lotus was even more stunned. They originally thought that the demon ancestor was at most an early-stage dominator. They never expected that he was already a low-stage dominator. He was really mysterious. Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and shook his head. If not for the destruction law inheritance, his current cultivation would be the same as the demon ancestors. Of course. My lord is in existence on the same level as your ancestor. In terms of talent and comprehension, he is not inferior to you. The demon dragon smiled proudly. TSK, so what if he is a low-stage dominator? Brother can suppress him with a wave of my hand. White-Eyed Wolf drank a mouthful of wine, his face full of disdain. You, the demon dragon immediately glared at White-Eyed Wolf. Not convinced. White-Eyed Wolf sneered. How would I dare? You are the only one in the Black Tortoise realm who has comprehended the 3 strongest laws. The demon dragon coldly snorted. You even know about this? White-Eyed Wolf was surprised. Nonsense. Although we have left the Devil's Land for many years, it does not mean that we have not paid attention to the situation there. The demon dragon said. Then, are you envious of brother? White-Eyed Wolf looked at him proudly. Dragon God's expression stiffened. He shook his head and said, I am not envious. What is there to be envious of? He did not comprehend it with his own efforts. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. White-Eyed Wolf's face was full of ridicule. He was obviously envious, but he insisted on being stubborn and denying it. Hypocrite. Are you done yet? You came all the way here just to show off. Demon Dragon glared at White-Eyed Wolf angrily. This damn wolf cub, why was he still like this? He was born with a face that deserved a beating. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang and Demon Ancestor looked at each other. They could not help but have a trace of helplessness on their faces. Fire Lotus had a trace of a smile at the corner of her mouth. She had known Demon Ancestor for a long time. It could be said that compared to the past Demon Ancestor, he had changed a lot. If she did not know what Demon Ancestor had done in the past, she would definitely think that he was a good person. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 4 more figures appeared. These 4 people were Dong Zhengyang, Mu Qianyang, Mu Qing, and Guo Zueki. When the 4 of them saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they could not help but be stunned. Immediately after, Guozueki became nervous. At the same time, there was a cold light in her eyes. The destruction of the Guo family, the tragic death of her family, to her, was a pain that she would never forget. The man in front of her was the executioner who made her an orphan. However, Qin Feiyang did not pay attention to her. He only hurriedly glanced around and his gaze landed on Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Zhengyang. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I didn't miss you at all. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's best if you don't miss me, because I'm not interested in men. Mu Qing was slightly stunned. She looked rather speechless. This guy actually learned how to joke. Demon Ancestor looked at the three of them and asked with a smile, "What are your cultivation levels now?" "You still don't know their cultivation levels?" White-Eyed Wolf looked at Demon Ancestor suspiciously. "I don't know. Although we are all in the Black Tortoise realm, we have not contacted each other all these years." Demon Ancestor shook his head. "All right." White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. It was really like the old saying, if it's fate, it's hard to meet. If it's not, it's impossible to meet. Everyone was in the Black Tortoise realm and was so strong. If they wanted to find each other, it would be a matter of minutes. However, after so many years, they had not contacted each other even once. This way of getting along really made one want to laugh. "It's all right. Lesser Dominator." Dong Zhengyang sat by the stone table and smiled. "Damn, you also broke through to Lesser Dominator?" White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. "We're all right too. One is a Lesser Dominator, one is an Initial Dominator, and one is a Half-Step Dominator." Mu Tianyang also sat by the side and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he was a little envious. That was because these fellows could peacefully cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm, but he had to be busy all the time. If it wasn't for the fact that his tolerance level was high enough, he probably would have quit long ago. White-Eyed Wolf's heart was even more unbalanced. It was only a Lesser Dominator when it was working so hard outside, but these people were leisurely hiding in the Black Tortoise realm and had also cultivated to Lesser Dominator. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, they would have called them a bunch of monsters. Qin Feiyang drank a mouthful of tea and looked at the group. "This time, I called you all here because I have something to tell you." Mu Tianyang and the others looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What is it?" "Previously, I heard that among the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm, there is also someone who has opened the Eye of Heaven. I really don't know if this is true, so I wanted to ask you all." Qin Feiyang said. Chapter 3453. What? The Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. However, Dong Zhengyang frowned slightly, as if something had appeared. "That's impossible. Our 10 war souls are unique. How can there be a second one?" After regaining her senses, Mu Qing was the first to speak, voicing the question in her heart. "That's also the question I've been pondering. Could it be that all along, we have misunderstood the 10 war souls, and they are not unique?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" Mu Tianyang thought for a while and asked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "But I feel that she has no need to lie to me." "Who told you?" Mu Tianyang asked. Qin Feiyang said, "It's a princess of the dragons." A princess of the dragons. Mu Tianyang and the others looked at each other, lowered their heads, and pondered. After a while, the Demon Ancestor looked up at Qin Feiyang and asked, "There are also dragons in the Sky Cloud realm? And it seems that their strength is not simple. If only it were simple, I wouldn't have to hide." Qin Feiyang sighed. The Demon Ancestor said, "Then tell us in detail about the dragons." "I don't know much about the dragons." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then, he began to narrate the situation that he knew in detail. Everyone has a sovereign divine weapon. When they heard this, their expressions were incomparably astonished. They looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "You're not joking with us, right? Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you now?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. They looked at each other again, their faces full of shock. A sovereign divine weapon could rule a continent in the Sky Cloud realm, And now the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm had so many sovereign divine weapons. How were the others supposed to live? No wonder Qin Feiyang had such a headache whenever he mentioned the dragons. If it were them, they would have done the same. This was an undefeatable monster. Mu Tianyang took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "So now, if the dragons of the Sky Cloud realm attack, the ice dragon won't attack?" "That's what it says." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I don't think we can take its words too seriously." Mu Tianyang thought for a while and shook his head. "I know. But we'd better pray that it doesn't interfere anymore. Otherwise, it'll be an even bigger headache." Qin Feiyang sighed. Just one dragon was enough to render him helpless. If the ice dragon were to join the fray as well, what was the point? Just surrender. Suddenly, Mu Qing looked at Dong Xingyang and asked suspiciously, "Old Dong, why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly taken aback. They also looked at Dong Xingyang and finally discovered Dong Xingyang's abnormality. A trace of suspicion crept into their eyes. Dong Xingyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others, still lowering his head and remaining silent. "Do you know something?" White-eyed Wolf asked. Dong Xingyang still didn't speak. "If you know something, hurry up and say it so that we can be mentally prepared." Qin Feiyang and the others also urged. Dong Xingyang's performance at the moment was obviously hesitating. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but there was some kind of concern and he didn't dare to say it. Sigh. After a long time, Dong Xingyang let out a long sigh, looked up at Qin Feiyang and the others, and said, "The 10 war souls are indeed not unique." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly got up and looked at Dong Xingyang in surprise. Dong Xingyang looked at the group of people, shook his head, and sighed. He raised his hand and pressed down, saying, "Sit down and listen to me slowly." Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and returned to the stone bench. "In fact, I wasn't sure about this before. Because this is a secret that I accidentally learned when I was a guardian," Dong Xingyang said. Before Qin Feiyang, Dong Xingyang was the guardian of Great Qin's mainland. Qin Feiyang and the others knew about this. Legend has it that there are actually 2 people in the world who own the 10 war souls. In other words, not only your Eye of Heaven, but also my Eye of Destiny, Mu Qing's Eye of Heaven, Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair, Mu Tianyang's Eye of Evil, Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life, Lin Yi's Eye of Oblivion. Also, Lu Zhengyang, Qin Batian, and Lu Jiajin's Eye of Reincarnation, Eye of Nihility, and Eye of Destruction. There are only 2 people in the world who own them. Dong Xingyang said. This, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This was too unexpected. Each war soul actually had 2 owners. You should have noticed it too. Before the sovereign realm, our war souls can be said to be invincible. But after stepping into the sovereign realm, our war souls are the same as other people's war souls. They are useless. What qualifications do such war souls have to be called the 10 strongest war souls in the world? Dong Xingyang said. Qin Feiyang and the others nodded one after another. They were all possessors of the 10 war souls, so they naturally felt the same way. Just like the Eye of Heaven. In the past, it could replicate everything. But now that they had entered the sovereign realm, the enemies they faced were all people who had activated the profound laws and heaven-defying divine arts. The Eye of Heaven could no longer be replicated, which meant it was useless. To be honest, it wasn't even 1/10,000th of the frenzied man's blood eye. The blood eye could petrify sovereign realm experts. There was also the white-eyed wolf's war soul. It could continuously deprive the power of laws and cultivation, and it could also merge with the power of laws. To be honest, the frenzied man and the white-eyed wolf's war souls were worthy of being called the strongest war souls. Dong Zhengyang's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Actually, the reason is here. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others were puzzled. Dong Zhengyang said, it means that our war souls are not complete. Not complete? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. That's right. For example, if my Eye of Destiny was complete, I would be able to see even further into the future. For example, Qin Feiyang, if your Eye of Heaven was complete, you would probably be able to replicate the profound laws. There's also Mu Qing's all-seeing eye. If her all-seeing eye was complete, she would probably be able to see the location of sovereign realm experts. Dong Zhengyang said. What? Your all-seeing eye can't see sovereign realm experts now? Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing in surprise. Yes. I didn't know in the past, and I often peeped at you and the frenzied man. But when I entered the sovereign realm, I realized that I couldn't do it anymore. Mu Qing sighed. In that case, the 10 war souls have become useless after entering the sovereign realm. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Mu Qing's face was filled with helplessness. She couldn't help but feel upset when she thought about the war souls that didn't live up to their name. She then looked at Dong Zhengyang and asked, how can I make them complete? Dong Zhengyang lowered his head and pondered. He seemed to be hesitating. What's wrong with you? We're all in the same boat now. Is there any point in hiding it? Mu Qing raised her eyebrows. I'm not hiding it from you. I just don't know if the secret I learned is true or not. Dong Zhengyang shook his head. Who cares if it's true or not? Tell us first so that we can consider it. Mu Qing said. All right. Dong Zhengyang nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. He said in a deep voice, if you want it to be complete, you have to devour the other party's war soul and combine them. Devour the other party's war soul? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. That's right. For example, the two of us have both opened the Eye of Destiny. Then I have to devour your Eye of Destiny and combine the 2 Eyes of Destiny into one. Only then will it be complete. Only then will it be considered the true Eye of Destiny. Dong Zhengyang explained. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. This answer was simply unexpected. They had to kill the other party and combine their war souls to complete their war souls. If the Princess of the Dragons didn't lie to you, then this matter is probably true. Furthermore, it is said that when 2 people with the same war soul meet, they will reject each other and feel disgusted. They will feel as if they have met their fated enemy. However, I haven't met such a person until now. This is also the reason why I can't confirm it. After Dong Zhengyang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and waited for Qin Feiyang and the others to express their views. Reject. Dislike. Fated enemy? Mu Tianyang frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said, aren't you talking about me, Qin Batian, and Lu Zhengyang? You call that rejecting and hating each other? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Everyone present knew that Mu Tianyang, the demon ancestor, Lu Zhengyang, and Qin Batian had fallen out because they had their own beliefs and principles. In short, their beliefs were different and their goals were different. They were not on the same path. They were completely different from fated enemies. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. What's wrong? Everyone present was shocked by Qin Feiyang and hurriedly asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. He said in a low voice, I really met such a person. Who? When did you meet him? Dong Zhengyang was bewildered. He's also a prince of the dragons. I met him in the Yin Demon Land. He should be the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. When I saw him, the first feeling I had was disgust. No matter how I suppressed it, this feeling of disgust couldn't be suppressed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. At that time, I was still wondering why. It was obviously the first time we met, and there was no hatred between us. Why would I have such a feeling? Now that I hear you say this, could it be that the person that the Princess of the Dragons was talking about is him? Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Zhengyang with a puzzled face. Dong Zhengyang also lowered his head and pondered. Mu Tianyang and the others looked at each other with a look of surprise. So, what Dong Zhengyang said was true? After an unknown period of time, Dong Zhengyang raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, are you sure that when you saw him, it was rejection, disgust, and the feeling of an enemy? I'm sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. In order to increase his persuasion, he added, definitely, definitely. Dong Zhengyang laughed on the spot. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The demon ancestor and the others also looked at him in confusion. Chapter 3454. Shouldn't we laugh? Dong Zhengyang looked at the group of people and asked. No, what's so funny about this? White-eyed Wolf looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with him? Think about it. Qin Feiyang has already met this destined enemy, which proves that these things are real. Since it's real, then our fighting souls have a chance to evolve. Isn't this good news? If you ask me, we should toast and celebrate. Let's congratulate our fighting souls that are about to be reborn and become the strongest fighting souls in the world. Dong Xingyang chuckled. Ah! Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Hearing Dong Xingyang's words, they felt that there was a need to celebrate. Ahem. Fire Lotus coughed and looked at Dong Xingyang. I don't want to ruin your good mood, but there's something I have to say. Even if what you said is true, that you can devour the other party's fighting souls and complete your fighting souls, you have to know that this is the sky cloud boundary. Yes. Not to mention the others, even that golden-clothed youth, as the prince of the Golden Dragon clan, is it so easy to deal with him? Moreover, since the princess of the dragons said so, she should also know about the matter of devouring. Maybe the other party is also looking for an opportunity to devour our fighting souls. So, we can't be happy too early. The demon ancestor shook his head. What are you afraid of? Don't we have Qin Feiyang? Dong Xingyang chuckled. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. You don't want me to risk my life and you to enjoy the fruits of others' labor in the Black Tortoise boundary, right? Capable people do more work. Dong Xingyang smiled. Get lost, solve your own problems. Qin Feiyang glared at him fiercely. After resting in the Black Tortoise boundary for so many years, hadn't he rested enough? We don't have a Dominator divine weapon, nor do we have a divine art like Slaughter Domain. How do you expect us to solve this by ourselves? Dong Xingyang felt helpless. Stop. We're all adults. It's time for us to learn how to earn our own living. Besides, if you don't go out for a walk, how are you going to run into your enemies? They can't possibly deliver themselves to our doorstep. Moreover, you also said that only when two people with the same fighting soul meet each other, will they repel and hate each other. Therefore, even if I met your old enemy outside, I wouldn't know. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. That does make sense. Dong Zhengyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Nonsense. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. However, no matter what, our goal is the same. That is to find our old enemies and devour their fighting souls. Therefore, we must work together sincerely in the future. We must not stab each other in the back. Dong Zhengyang smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang, Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and the devil ancestor. That's not necessarily true. I might stab Qin Feiyang in the back if I'm in a bad mood one day. Mu Tianyang said expressionlessly. Are you interested? Dong Xingyang shook his head. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Go and confirm it again. If there's someone among the dragons who has opened the Eye of Heaven, then we'll start to plan the hunt. That's right. First, we have to confirm that we can devour the other party's fighting soul and evolve our own fighting soul. The devil ancestor nodded. Therefore, we'll start with the prince of the Golden Dragon tribe. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the four of them and smiled. All right, I'll go and check it out. In addition, you guys should prepare yourselves. I've found a better place for cultivation. A better place for cultivation? The four of them were stunned and quickly asked, How good is it? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I don't know about the rest, but the time array there is 5,000 years in a day. The four of them looked at each other. A 5,000-year time array in a single day. There was no reason to refuse. They had to go. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus again and said with a smile, When you return to the Devil's Land, go and inform everyone. Then who should I inform? Fire Lotus asked. Everyone in the Devil's Land and all the beasts have to go, including you. The rest are 6,000 shadow guards, Wang Chongyuan, and the other 10 commanders. By the way, make arrangements for these 6,000 shadow guards and the remaining 8 commanders to open the Gate of Potential. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Open all of them? Fire Lotus was surprised. Yes. Since they are going to go to Big Brother's place to cultivate, they naturally have to go in their best state. This way, they can maximize their harvest. In short, this is a rare opportunity. Cherish it. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. I will make the arrangements now. Fire Lotus nodded and immediately got up and left. What a straightforward woman. She doesn't drag her feet when doing things. Demon Ancestor shook his head and smiled. After all, she was once the palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mu Qing couldn't help but snort coldly, giving up Nine Heavens Palace and staying by your side every day to help you take care of everything. I really don't know where your charm comes from. My charm? You don't understand. Qin Feiyang chuckled and got up. Hurry up and prepare to return to the Devil's Land. 3 days later, I won't be late. After saying that, he left the Black Tortoise world with the white-eyed wolf. Shameless. Guozueki finally couldn't help but speak. Her face was full of contempt. She was also under a lot of pressure. The former Qin Feiyang in her eyes was an insurmountable mountain, let alone the current Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when standing with Qin Feiyang, she didn't dare to speak. Mu Tianyang glanced at Guozueki, got up, looked at Demon Ancestor and Dong Xingyang, and said with a smile, since the opportunity has been sent to us, then we won't be polite with him. Let's return to the Devil's Land. Besides, after being silent for so many years, it's time for us to go out and show off. Demon Ancestor and Dong Xingyang looked at each other and couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. At this moment, Sky Cloud Island, the space-time crack that led to hell, was suspended above the mountain peak. Suddenly, rays of divine light emerged. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound, the little rabbit rushed out from the mountain below and stood on the opposite side of the space-time crack, frowning. Someone came to Sky Cloud Realm again? Not long after, a white figure walked out from the space-time crack. It was a woman. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with an exquisite figure, wearing a white plain dress, clean and neat, looking extremely simple. But the woman's appearance was shocking. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her facial features were beautiful. She could be described as a peerless beauty. The most important thing was her temperament. She was like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. But between her eyebrows, there was always a trace of melancholy that couldn't be dispelled. A woman. The little rabbit looked at the woman in white in astonishment. At the same time, the woman in white glanced at the surrounding sea and murmured, "Is this the Sky Cloud Realm?" Her eyes also seemed very melancholic. But in the melancholy, there was a trace of expectation. It seemed to be an expectation for someone. Damn, do you think Uncle Rabbit is heir? The little rabbit raised her eyebrows. The woman in white also finally retracted her gaze, looked at the little rabbit, and bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Senior. The little rabbit was stunned and smiled. "You little girl, you have a little eyesight." When other women see Uncle Rabbit, they keep rubbing up and saying that Uncle Rabbit is cute and annoying. The woman in white smiled gently and said, "Then, Senior, is this the Sky Cloud Realm?" "Yes." The little rabbit nodded. The woman in white asked, "May I ask, Senior, have you seen a man named Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang? The little rabbit was surprised. She actually knew Old Third. After pondering for a while, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Uncle Rabbit has seen all the people from the lower realm. Is this what Qin Feiyang looks like?" The little rabbit waved its paw and condensed the shadow of Qin Feiyang. "Brother Feiyang." The woman in white suddenly had a trace of joy in her eyes, and she couldn't help but call him Brother Feiyang. "What the hell? Brother Feiyang?" The little rabbit was stunned. Such an intimate name, it seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. The woman in white came back to her senses and looked at the little rabbit, asking, "Can you tell me where he is now?" "Well." The little rabbit grinned and pointed to the sea below. The woman in white looked down at the sea below, her face full of suspicion. What did this mean? He has been killed by Uncle Rabbit and thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts. By the way, there is also a boy named Madman Mo, the little rabbit said. What? When the woman in white heard this, her eyes suddenly trembled, and her face immediately turned pale. As soon as these two boys came to the Sky Cloud Realm, they were extremely arrogant. Uncle Rabbit couldn't stand it, so I slapped them to death. Before the little rabbit finished speaking, it felt a cold aura shrouding towards it. It saw the woman in white with a frosty face and indifference in her eyes. It was as if she had changed into a different person in an instant. What? You still want to avenge them? The little rabbit looked at the woman in white with disdain. Even if I die, I won't hesitate. The woman in white spoke word by word. Her voice was sonorous and forceful, and it carried with it an indestructible will. Then, with a loud bang, the power of the heavenly laws surged out, and the space here instantly turned into nothingness. Law of nothingness. The little rabbit was slightly stunned, and a trace of shock appeared in its eyes. It looked at the woman in white's cultivation. She was only at the initial imperishable stage, but she had comprehended the law of nothingness. This talent was a bit amazing. The woman in white raised her arm and pointed her index finger at the little rabbit. An invisible power of nothingness burst out like a torrent, roaring towards the little rabbit. Little girl, you are very irrational to attack in front of Uncle Rabbit. The corner of the little rabbit's mouth lifted, and it remained motionless, allowing the power of nothingness to blast towards it. Boom! Immediately, the little rabbit was drowned by the power of nothingness, but it was as if nothing had happened. Not a single hair on its body was lost. So powerful. The woman in white's pupils shrank. Even a little rabbit was so terrifying. What about the people of the sky cloud realm? Wouldn't they be even more terrifying? However, she did not retreat because of this. Her gaze was like a sharp blade, locking onto the little rabbit. Chapter 34:55. Boom. Suddenly, the white-clothed woman emitted a black force and an aura of death suddenly enveloped all directions. What? The little rabbit was shocked. It's actually the law of death again. The law of death, the law of nothingness, minor immortal realm, and already grasped two supreme laws. This little girl's talent is a bit terrifying. Boom. The law of nothingness reappeared. Coupled with the law of death, the two supreme laws carried a monstrous aura and rushed towards the little rabbit. The little rabbit's eyes flashed. In the face of the two supreme laws, it was completely indifferent. It looked at the white-clothed woman and asked, "Did you inherit this? Or did you comprehend it yourself?" "I comprehended it myself," the white-clothed woman said coldly. "Sure." The little rabbit muttered. With just a minor immortal realm cultivation base, it could comprehend two supreme laws by itself. This comprehension ability can be said to surpass all the young people in the sky cloud realm. Even Frenzy and Qin Feiyang can't compare. Of course. To comprehend the laws, comprehension ability is only a part. The most important part is luck and opportunity. Although the white-clothed woman's cultivation base is relatively weak, to be able to comprehend two supreme laws, she must be a person with great luck. Just as the little rabbit was pondering, the two supreme laws surged over. The white-clothed woman's face was full of expectation, hoping that these two supreme laws could seriously injure the little rabbit. She couldn't be blamed for having such a naive idea. After all, she just came from the lower realm and knew nothing about the situation in the sky cloud realm. She also didn't know the strength of the little rabbit. Under her expectant gaze, the two supreme laws drowned the little rabbit. But the little rabbit stood in the middle of the supreme laws. Its body was like a sovereign weapon, unable to cause any damage to it. How is this possible? The white-clothed woman was dumbfounded. Even after activating two supreme laws, it couldn't hurt the little rabbit at all. What kind of powerhouse is this? Suddenly, the little rabbit waved its paw, and the death and nothingness laws around its body immediately dissipated, leaving no trace. "If only I could comprehend the profound laws," the white-clothed woman murmured. "Profound laws?" The little rabbit was slightly stunned and said disdainfully, "Even if you comprehend the supreme profound, it's useless." "Supreme profound?" The white-robed woman was stunned. "For someone like you who came from the lower realm, you don't even know what the ultimate profound meaning is. What right do you have to clamor with Lord Rabbit?" The little rabbit said disdainfully. A monstrous divine might erupted, like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the white-robed woman. In the depths of her heart, the threat of death enveloped her. He felt as if he wasn't facing a little rabbit, but an overlord of the world. "Brother Feiyang, I'm sorry. I don't even have the ability to avenge you," the white-clothed woman murmured as 2 drops of tears rolled down her face. The little rabbit's brows furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Just who are you to Qin Feiyang? What does that have to do with you?" The white-clothed woman's face turned frosty again. The little rabbit teased, "If you tell Uncle Rabbit the truth, Uncle Rabbit might give you a way out." "No need." The woman in white said coldly. "No need." The little rabbit was slightly taken aback. She sized up the white-clothed woman and indeed didn't reveal any signs of imminent danger. She nodded and praised, "Not only is your comprehension good, but you also have a backbone. Uncle Rabbit likes you." The white-clothed woman's gaze became colder. "It's not that Uncle Rabbit looks down on you, but with your little strength, any random person in the Sky Cloud realm can kill you thousands of times, not to mention taking revenge on Uncle Rabbit. How about this? You follow Uncle Rabbit first, and Uncle Rabbit will teach you cultivation. When you become stronger, you can take revenge on Uncle Rabbit." The little rabbit grinned. "What?" The white-clothed woman was stunned. She actually wanted to teach her cultivation? Was this little rabbit sick? The little rabbit asked, "Don't you want to take revenge for Qin Feiyang?" "Yes." The white-clothed woman nodded. Still not nodding. "It's not that Uncle Rabbit is bragging, but in the Sky Cloud realm, other than Uncle Rabbit, no one can defeat Uncle Rabbit. Being invincible is so lonely. So, if you want to take revenge, you can only follow Uncle Rabbit to cultivate." The little rabbit drank a mouthful of Xuanwu divine wine and smiled proudly. The white-clothed woman looked at the little rabbit in silence, as if she wanted to see through what the little rabbit wanted to do. At the same time, Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood at the edge of a cliff, looking at the 9-dragon mountain range ahead. The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, "If we go now, wouldn't it be inappropriate? What if the other princes and princesses had already received the news and came to the Alliance capital? If they went to find the silver-haired woman now, it would be the same as walking into a trap. You are becoming more and more cautious. This doesn't suit your personality." Qin Feiyang heard this and looked at the white-eyed wolf with a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "I haven't lived long enough, and I don't want to die. If you want to court death, then go ahead. I won't stop you." The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. It also wanted to swagger to the Alliance capital like before, but the current situation didn't allow it. If it wasn't careful, it would lose its life. Qin Feiyang smiled and lowered his head to ponder. Now that he didn't know the situation in the Alliance capital, he didn't dare to directly send a message to his master. What if the people of the dragons were right next to his master? However, the Alliance capital was sealed off by a barrier. It was almost impossible to sneak in silently. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He finally had an idea. Incarnation. He was going to use all 3,000 incarnations to find the silver-haired woman. Even if this was a trap, even if the other princes and princesses came to the Alliance capital, it didn't matter. Because even if all 3,000 incarnations were killed, it wouldn't affect him at all. Sure. With a thought, an incarnation appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at the incarnation and said with a smile, "You know what I'm thinking, right? We are originally one, so of course I know." The incarnation said. "Then go." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The incarnation nodded and used the space-time step to rush toward the Alliance capital. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He also brought the white-eyed wolf and disappeared into the mountains below. The Alliance capital. At this moment, everyone was anxious. They didn't understand why Qin Feiyang would fall out with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Everyone knew about the relationship between Qin Feiyang and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Firstly, he was the disciple of the Vice Alliance leader. Secondly, he had saved the Alliance leader and the 2 divine pythons. Lastly, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was able to rule the Western mainland because of Qin Feiyang. It could be said that, for the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to be where it was today, Qin Feiyang's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. From this, it could be seen how good Qin Feiyang was to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the past. But why did he seem like a different person after disappearing for a period of time? Could it be, during this period of time, did the Alliance leader and the others do anything treacherous to Qin Feiyang? Someone guessed. Bang! Suddenly, in the sky, a powerful aura descended. This aura, it's Qin Feiyang again. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly ran out to look at the sky. Qin Feiyang, what are you trying to do? 3 figures rushed out angrily. It was Xing Da and his 2 brothers. In fact, they didn't know that this was just an incarnation. Your Rogue Cultivator Alliance didn't let me have a good time, so I won't let your Rogue Cultivator Alliance have a good day either, the incarnation said coldly. Destructive force surged out, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a grey giant beast appeared out of nowhere. This giant beast looked strange. Dragon head, phoenix tail, Chilean body, bull horns on its head, fur like a lion, and the most peculiar thing was that on its back, there were 9 pairs of grey wings. It was hard to describe its appearance. But the destructive force emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. This is the 5th profound of the law of destruction, destructive giant beast. Xing Da and his brother's eyes trembled. They didn't expect this kid to comprehend the law of destruction after entering the Yin Devil Land. Although they were happy for Qin Feiyang from the bottom of their hearts, they still had to continue acting. Don't be presumptuous here. Xing Da roared. Presumptuous? The incarnation smiled coldly and said, I want to be presumptuous here for you to see. I want you to pay the price for angering me. As his voice fell, the destructive giant beast immediately charged downward. The enchantment set up by the Alliance Master appeared. The destructive giant beast slammed on the enchantment, but it didn't budge at all. After all, the Alliance Master's strength was much stronger than Qin Feiyang's. You can't even break the Alliance Master's enchantment. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Xing Da and his brothers looked disdainful. The incarnation raised his eyebrows. But at this moment, the silver-haired woman appeared with the 2 old women. An inexplicable light flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. She looked at the incarnation and said, You really don't know what's good for you. The incarnation looked at the silver-haired woman and then at the Alliance capital. It seemed that the other princes and princesses hadn't come to the Alliance capital yet. Otherwise, they would have appeared by now. If you have the ability, come and kill me. The incarnation looked at the silver-haired woman and sneered. Then, he turned and flew away at lightning speed. Courting death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 2 old women in white. They were about to give chase when the silver-haired woman stopped them. She shook her head and said, Don't chase. Be careful of traps. But he's too arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Their faces were gloomy. He won't be arrogant for long. The silver-haired woman smiled faintly. She looked at the 2 and said, I don't trust the people of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. You 2 go and personally investigate the whereabouts of Zhuo Tianxing and the others. That's not appropriate. We have to stay and protect you. The 2 hurriedly said. It's okay. I'm not going out alone. There won't be any danger. Besides, isn't it the silver dragon bow? The silver-haired woman said. All right then. The 2 looked at each other, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. The silver-haired woman looked at the 2's back. A light flashed in her eyes. Then, she flew down and disappeared into a courtyard. Time flew by. Night fell. The mountain in the night seemed very quiet. A white figure stood quietly under the night sky. There was no aura on his body, like a ghost. He was the incarnation that went to find the silver-haired woman during the day. At this moment, he was in the original Maple Leaf Valley. As for Qin Feiyang's original body and the white-eyed wolf, they were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 3456. Whoosh. Soon. Another figure silently appeared in the sky above the valley. It was the silver-haired woman. She stopped in the air above the valley and looked down. Soon, she saw the incarnation, and a smile appeared on her face. That was right. The incarnation had sent a message to the silver-haired woman when he went to the Alliance capital during the day. He had arranged to meet her here and only her. Are you sure that your 2 followers didn't follow you? When the silver-haired woman landed in front of the incarnation immediately asked. The silver-haired woman smiled and said, What do you think? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. The incarnation's face was cold. You're so boring. The silver-haired woman shook her head and said indifferently, "After you left, I sent them away. If you don't believe me, you can check with your divine telekinesis." The incarnation didn't hold back and released his divine telekinesis in all directions. Seeing this, the silver-haired woman felt helpless. Couldn't they trust each other more? After confirming that they didn't follow, the incarnation heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the silver-haired woman and smiled. "You really dare to come alone? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you here? Do you dare? Besides, with the silver dragon bow, can you kill me?" The silver-haired woman smiled mockingly. "Silver dragon bow?" The incarnation raised his eyebrows. The silver-haired woman said, "It's my sovereign divine weapon. Its full name is the Silver Dragon God Bow." "What? Didn't I tell you to come alone? Besides, this sovereign divine weapon has its own consciousness. Aren't you afraid that it will betray you? You have to be clear. If your clansmen knew that you came to see me in secret, what would they think?" The incarnation sneered. "Don't worry. Everyone in this world can betray me, but the silver dragon bow won't." The silver-haired woman smiled confidently and said, "Tell me, why did you ask me to come here? Aren't you asking the obvious?" The incarnation raised his eyebrows. "I really don't know. You're the one who asked me, not the other way around." The silver-haired woman was helpless. The incarnation frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, who is the person who opened the eye of heaven for you dragons? So, it's because of that." The silver-haired woman nodded in realization. The incarnation was a little impatient and said angrily, "How long are you going to play dumb?" The silver-haired woman chuckled and nodded. "All right, I'll be serious. But I also hope that you can show some sincerity. Let your true body come out. I'm not interested in negotiating with a doppelganger." The incarnation's pupils shrank. The silver-haired woman asked, "That's strange. Why do I know that you aren't the main body? What did you say? I don't understand." The incarnation shook his head. "Looks like you also know how to play dumb." The silver-haired woman chuckled and said, "Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. Hee. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf walked out of the darkness. The silver-haired woman stopped and turned around to look at the man and the wolf. A trace of mockery seemed to flash in her eyes. Qin Feiyang looked at the incarnation and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." The avatar smiled and then disappeared. "You can still communicate with each other?" Looking at Qin Feiyang and the incarnation, the silver-haired woman's eyes were full of surprise. "I hope you can forgive me. After all, we are opponents. You can't trust us, and we can't trust you. However, you can actually see that he's not my true body. It really surprised me." Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman, first politely apologized, then curiously smiled. "There's nothing to be surprised about. There's a good saying that the world is big and full of strange things, so there's no shortage of divine arts or battle souls that can see through illusions." The silver-haired woman said. "Divine arts, battle souls." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He suddenly thought that Dragon Sovereign and Dragon Princess also seemed to have this ability. Could it be that this woman's battle soul was the same as Dragon Sovereign and Dragon Princess's ability? "Actually, you don't have to be so guarded against me. There's no need to let a doppelganger test me. Because if I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have waited until now. I would have already done it in the heavenly cloud sea. And I also know that the one in the heavenly cloud sea was not your true body. It should be one of your men in disguise, but I didn't say it out loud. This is enough to show my sincerity." The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked when they heard this. They really didn't expect that even the second commander's disguise couldn't deceive this woman's eyes. Wait. She saw through the second commander's disguise. Would she think that we and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance are all acting? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. That shouldn't be. After all, letting the second commander's disguise doesn't directly prove anything. Qin Feiyang secretly said. However, this woman was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Not because of anything else, but because of her ability to see through falsehood and distinguish between truth and falsehood. Back then, when he dealt with the dragons and the princess of the dragons, it was because of this ability that he suffered losses repeatedly. So he was very afraid of this ability. I'm really curious. What were you doing in the heavenly cloud sea? Why did you let someone else replace you? Is there any point in doing so? The silver-haired woman was curious. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with our negotiation, right? Besides, aren't you the same? You told me this information in secret and came to meet me as promised. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The silver-haired woman was stunned and shook her head with a smile. Well, let's not waste time on these boring questions. My dragons have indeed opened the eye of heaven and you have seen it. Seen it? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in a deep voice, is it really the prince of the Golden Dragon clan? You already thought of it. The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, don't worry about this, why tell me this? What are your conditions? Straightforward. I only have one condition, and that is to kill him. A trace of killing intent flashed in the silver-haired woman's eyes. Kill him? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. They expected that the dragons were not very united, but they didn't expect that the struggle would be so fierce that this woman would unite with an enemy and use it to eliminate her own people. Why do you want to kill him? Do you have a grudge? The white-eyed wolf came back to his senses and looked at the silver-haired woman and asked. The silver-haired woman smiled but didn't say anything. The white-eyed wolf frowned. It seemed that he didn't intend to say anything. Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, he smiled and said, sure, after all, killing him is also beneficial to me. Of course, you can devour his battle soul and complete your Eye of Heaven. At that time, with the power of the Eye of Heaven, you will be able to sweep through everything. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang said, you also know this, then it seems that the 10 battle souls aren't a secret among you dragons. Of course. Last time, my big brother went to find you to test your strength and see if he had a chance to take away your Eye of Heaven. You're quite strong. You actually killed his follower. That's also why I want to cooperate with you. The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, since it's a cooperation, then you can't be the only one who benefits. Tell me, what benefits can I get from you? Isn't it enough that you have his Eye of Heaven? The silver-haired woman asked. Do you think I'm stupid? The Eye of Heaven is my spoil of war. It has nothing to do with our cooperation. Even if we don't cooperate now, I will still find a chance to kill him and take away his Eye of Heaven. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to cooperate with you because you will kill him sooner or later anyway. The silver-haired woman said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This woman really knew how to seize the opportunity. She made him a little speechless. It seemed that among these princes and princesses, the most worthy one was this woman in front of him. To be honest, although your ability is not bad, it will still be very difficult to kill him. I can provide you with information about him, and I can also provide you with a certain amount of help at a critical moment. In fact, this is a matter of mutual benefit. If you insist on getting benefits from me, then I can only say sorry. Besides, you have a sovereign divine weapon, a divine art like Slaughter Domain, and an independent world in your hands. Tell me, what better things can I give you? The silver-haired woman smiled and then said, as long as we have the same goal, it's fine. Don't be too greedy. That won't be of much benefit to you. Qin Feiyang was silent. The silver-haired woman didn't say anything else and quietly waited for Qin Feiyang's reply. After a long while, Qin Feiyang nodded and said, all right, let's cooperate. However, during this period of cooperation, you must promise me that you will not plot against me behind my back. Of course. Me coming to cooperate with you is equivalent to me giving you something to use against me. How would I dare to plot against you behind your back? If you fall out with me and expose this matter, then my fate may be even worse than yours in the future. I will never do something that doesn't benefit me. The silver-haired woman smiled and then raised her white jade-like hand and said, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Qin Feiyang glanced at the silver-haired woman's hand and smiled faintly. Forget it. All right. The silver-haired woman shook her head and smiled helplessly. Then she took out a divine sound transmission stone and said, then we have to establish a contract. Otherwise, when I have any information to give you, I won't be able to contact you. Little Qin Zi, be careful. White-eyed Wolf looked at the silver-haired woman's divine sound transmission stone and secretly said, I know. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. Looking at the silver-haired woman's divine sound transmission stone, he also hesitated. Chapter 3457. If it was someone else, he would definitely not hesitate to take out the divine sound transmission stone and establish a contract bridge. But this woman had the ability to peek into the void and distinguish between the real and the fake. What if she could also sense his location through the contract bridge? Then, wouldn't this woman be able to grasp his whereabouts at any time? But, if he didn't establish a contract bridge, it would indeed be difficult to contact in the future. And there was also a greater risk. Because he didn't establish a contract bridge, he would have to get someone to pass the message or communicate in advance to set a fixed place to meet. In this way, there were many possibilities. For example, if he got someone to pass the message, it would easily expose the people around him. Another example would be a fixed location. What if this woman asked him to meet and ambushed him in advance? Therefore, this matter had to be handled carefully. Aren't you being too cautious? I'm already like this, can't you trust me? The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang, who didn't move for a long time, her face full of helplessness. It's better to be safe than sorry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and finally thought of the best way. He transmitted his voice, Fire Lotus, give me an unused divine sound transmission stone. Okay. Fire Lotus replied. When Qin Feiyang bought the divine sound transmission stone in the Demon Tower, he bought a total of 1,000 pieces, and the people and beasts in the Devil's Land added up to less than 100, so there was still a lot left. Soon, Qin Feiyang concealed it a little and took out the divine sound transmission stone, generously establishing a contract bridge with the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman's face also crawled with a smile, then put away the divine sound transmission stone, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll give you the first information. The prince you want to find is indeed the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. He's the eldest among us princes and princesses, so we all call him Big Brother. What else? Qin Feiyang asked. At present, he is still rebuilding his body in the dragon nest, but it won't take long because the time array of our dragon nest is 5,000 years a day. When he rebuilds his body, he will definitely come out of the dragon nest to settle the score with you. The silver-haired woman said. What? Your dragon nest also has a 1-day, 5,000 years time array? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were shocked. The silver-haired woman was slightly taken aback. She asked suspiciously, why would you say that? Could it be that you also have a time array that lasts 5,000 years in a day? The man and wolf didn't answer. This was because they naturally couldn't expose their weaknesses to their enemies. Although they were working together now, they would definitely fall out in the future. Looks like you guys aren't simple. The silver-haired woman looked at the man and wolf meaningfully and continued, this big brother of mine is ruthless and vengeful. When he comes out of the dragon's nest, he will definitely bring some experts with him. He might also let these people hide in spatial divine items, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Will you bring a sovereign weapon? White-eyed wolf asked. Do you still need to ask? You have 2 sovereign-level divine weapons. If he doesn't use his sovereign-level divine weapon, how is he going to fight you? The silver-haired woman said. Qin Feiyang said, then can you tell us about your dragon nest's background? What do you think? The silver-haired woman asked with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly. All right, pretend I didn't ask. But I have a question that I believe won't make things too difficult for you. What question? The silver-haired woman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, there's a fire dragon in the inner region. What's its relationship with you dragons? Fire dragon? The silver-haired woman was stunned. After pondering for a while, she said, you mean the fire dragon that came from the lower world? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. It has nothing to do with us dragons. It's also because of the dragon god that we dragons let it stay in the inner region. Speaking of which, you should know it better than us. After all, I heard that you guys are old rivals. The silver-haired woman smiled. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the silver-haired woman and said, "Since it has nothing to do with you dragons and we're in a cooperative relationship now, why don't you do me a small favor and find a chance to trick it out?" "No problem." The silver-haired woman nodded. "Straightforward. All right then, inform me immediately if there's any information." Qin Feiyang admired this woman. She had wisdom, courage, and means. He believed that their future cooperation wouldn't be too tiring. "All right." The silver-haired woman nodded again. Qin Feiyang turned to the white-eyed wolf and said, "Let's go." The white-eyed wolf waved its claws and a space-time transmission channel appeared. Qin Feiyang was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the silver-haired woman and said, "There's one more thing. Other than the Eye of Heaven, is there anyone else in your dragon clan who has activated the other 9 great battle souls?" "Why are you asking about this?" The silver-haired woman was stunned and then said, "Could it be that there are other people around you who have also opened the 9 strongest war spirits?" "That's none of your business," Qin Feiyang said. "I'll think about whether I should tell you about this after you kill my big brother." The silver-haired woman smiled. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and then walked into the space-time transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf without looking back. "I can't see through him, I really can't see through him." The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang's disappearing figure and muttered to herself. When the space-time transmission channel disappeared, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the silver-haired woman's body. "There's someone you can't see through? My war spirit isn't omnipotent. Although I can see through falsehood, I can't see through a person's heart." The silver-haired woman smiled bitterly. "Ha ha." The hoarse voice laughed and then was silent for a while before asking, "Do you really want to do this?" The silver-haired woman was stunned and immediately lowered her head. She was silent, but there was a shocking cold light in her eyes. "It seems that you still haven't walked out of the shadow of that incident." The hoarse voice sighed. "I want to, but I can't. I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. A blood debt must be repaid with blood." The silver-haired woman clenched her hands and said with a bone-piercing chill. The hoarse voice fell silent. After a long time, "No matter what you do, I'll support you. However, you have to know your limits. Qin Feiyang is smarter than we thought. Don't be used by him in the end." The hoarse voice warned. "I know." The silver-haired woman nodded and then released her hands. She laughed and said, "It's not that easy to use me, is it? You little girl." The hoarse voice could not help but laugh and then fell silent. The western mainland. Somewhere on the edge, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared out of thin air. The white-eyed wolf looked at the divine sound transmission stone in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked, "This doesn't seem to be your divine sound transmission stone?" "Of course not. This is a new one. I asked the fire lotus to give it to me." Qin Feiyang looked down at the divine sound transmission stone and said with a smile, "Huh? Is there any difference?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "Of course there is." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Let's go to the heavenly cloud sea." "Where is Little Rabbit?" The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. "No, anywhere is fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Okay." The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time transmission channel. Soon, the two arrived above a sea area, and this was the place where the white-eyed wolf and the others were fighting with the dragons. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea area and released his divine will. After a while, he sensed the aura of a sea beast nearby. Swish. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed above the sea area. With a point of his finger, a wisp of divine power appeared and blasted into the sea area. Roar. Accompanied by a furious roar, a sea lion that was over 300 meters in size roared out of the water with a monstrous aura, causing huge waves to surge up into the sky. "Brother, calm down." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The sea lion was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and said in surprise, It's you guys. You know us. The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Qin Feiyang, who doesn't know? The sea lion smiled. Am I so famous? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Of course. But, what are you doing here in my territory? The sea lion looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I want to ask you for a favor. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The sea lion nodded and pondered for a while, then said, then tell me, as long as I can help, I will try my best to help. Qin Feiyang handed the divine sound transmission stone to the sea lion. What do you mean? The sea lion looked at the divine sound transmission stone and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Help me keep this divine sound transmission stone safe. If someone sends a message to this divine sound transmission stone in the future, inform me immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Why do you want me to keep it safe for you? The sea lion was puzzled. The white-eyed wolf said discontentedly, just keep it safe for now. Do you know that little rabbit on Skycloud Island? That's little Qin Zi's sworn brother. Can't you give him some face? Ah, you and Master Rabbit are sworn brothers? The sea lion looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Really? It will be sworn brothers with you humans? The sea lion was a little skeptical. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask. Forget it, I can't afford to offend it. The sea lion shook his head quickly, then took the divine sound transmission stone and said, okay, I'll keep it safe for you, but you have to make it clear first. Don't cause me trouble. Don't worry. Besides, with the beast god protecting you, what are you afraid of? Qin Feiyang laughed. That's true. Just today, weren't you fighting with a group of people nearby? In the end, those people came to catch me and asked me to tell them the coordinates of White Crane Island. There was a young man who wanted to kill me. In the end, he was punished by the divine beast and his body was shattered on the spot. What a mess. The sea lion sneered. What? The sea beast they caught at that time was you? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. This was too much fate. Chapter 3458. That's right. The sea lion nodded. Ha, fate, fate. The white-eyed wolf laughed. It was such a coincidence that they met the same sea beast. The sea lion also laughed. No matter what, Qin Feiyang was someone worth currying favor with. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said, since fate has brought us together, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the divine wine and thank him. Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly and took out 10 jars of black tortoise divine wine, placing them in front of the sea lion. Divine wine? The sea lion was stunned for a moment and looked at the 10 jars with suspicion. This is a genuine divine wine. The white-eyed wolf said. Is that so? The sea lion suspiciously opened a wine jar, and a dragon shadow made of alcohol immediately rushed out of the wine jar. It's really a divine wine? The sea lion was stunned for a moment, then he hugged the jar in joy and smelled it with an intoxicated expression. Seems like we're kindred spirits. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Ha, the sea lion laughed heartily. Looking at the man and the wolf, he said solemnly, from now on, your business is my business. Don't worry, from now on, I will protect this divine sound transmission stone. Thank you very much. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. You're welcome. The sea lion swung its claws and swallowed its saliva. Just as it was about to taste the black tortoise divine brew, it suddenly thought of something. It looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, I can't recover your divine sound transmission stone, so how will I know who is looking for you? You don't have to worry about that. There's only one contract bridge in this divine sound transmission stone, so you just need to inform me and I'll know who's looking for you. Qin Feiyang said. I see. The sea lion nodded and smiled. All right, let's establish a contract bridge so I can inform you when the time comes. You also have a divine sound transmission stone? The white-eyed wolf looked at the sea lion in surprise. What do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of the legend stone? The sea lion looked at the white-eyed wolf with dissatisfaction. No. The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and laughed. I just felt a little surprised. I thought that sea beasts don't need the rumor stone. You're also a vicious beast, so why do you need it? The sea lion asked. Ua. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He forced a smile and said, I'm sorry. I've offended you. No. We're just discussing a problem. There's nothing offensive about it. The sea lion shook its head. After Qin Feiyang and the sea lion established a contract bridge, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, All right then, we'll take our leave first. Take your time to drink. All right. The sea lion nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and said, Let's go to Sky Cloud Island. The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and opened a space-time transmission channel. Then, a man and a wolf quickly walked in. They're actually going to the Sky Cloud realm. It seems that their relationship with Uncle Rabbit isn't simple. But what does this have to do with me? The sea lion muttered, then smiled, hugged the wine jar, and licked it slightly. So refreshing. It shuddered and raised its head, pouring the jar of black tortoise divine brew into its mouth. Sky Cloud Island. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf arrived at the top of the mountain. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, What do you mean by giving it the divine sound transmission stone? It's very simple. Let it be a transit station. In this way, even if the Princess of the Dragons can accurately locate our position through the divine sound transmission stone, she will only be able to locate the sea lion. And we can escape from her prying eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled. So it's like this. Then, aren't you harming the sea lion? The white-eyed wolf frowned. Harming? Didn't I just say that the beast god is overseeing the Sky Cloud Sea? Who dares to mess around here? So, it's absolutely safe. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. That's true. The white-eyed wolf nodded, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and said contemptuously, You're really getting more and more treacherous. How can you say that? Is this treacherous? It's obviously smart. Qin Feiyang smiled narcissistically. It was rare for him to be so narcissistic. Shameless. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes, glanced at the top of the mountain, and asked suspiciously, Where's the little rabbit? Why don't I see it? Didn't it say that it wanted to make some arrangements? Let's not disturb it. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world and see how the Fire Lotus is preparing. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he was ready to go to the Black Tortoise world, but suddenly glanced around and frowned slightly. What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Did you notice that there are some traces of battle here? Qin Feiyang looked at the ground and asked suspiciously. Battle? The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback, speechless. Are you stupid? Why don't you think about who came here to make trouble? It should be that little rabbit alone. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the entire Sky Cloud realm, no one dared to make trouble on Sky Cloud Island. Outside. 3 days passed. And in the Black Tortoise world, it has been 3,000 years. Morning. Above the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood together. On the opposite side, there were thousands of people. For example, the Fire Lotus, Mermaid Princess, Tan Tai Li, Qin Rushuang, Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Kui Li, Dan Wangcai, Mu Tianyang, and so on. There were also Xie Yuan and the other 64 divine generals, Blood Cheline, Fire Dragon, White Jade Cheline, Black Dragon, Fire Lotus, Lei Bao, Hei Bao, and so on. Even Yi Tian, Zhuo Tianxing, Long Tianyu, Wang Xiajie, Qin Chen, Zhuo Xiaocheng, and Zhuo Xiaoxian were there. In short, 6,000 shadow guards, Wang Changyuan and the other 10 commanders, Pei Tianhong, and everyone in the Devil's Land, all the beasts were there at this moment, including Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. You all opened the door of potential. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and said with a smile. Thank you, young master. The 6,000 shadow guards and the other 8 commanders nodded and bowed to thank him. Their faces were full of gratitude. They never thought that happiness would come so quickly. Originally, they were still pondering how to make Qin Feiyang satisfied with their performance so that they could open the door to their potential. However, all of a sudden, Hua Lian descended on the central state and said that she would help them open the door to their potential. For them, it was like a dream. Qin Feiyang asked, The Fire Lotus should have told you about the situation, right? Everyone nodded. This is an opportunity that the white-eyed wolf and I fought hard to get for you. You must cherish it. I hope that the next time you appear, you will become a hero who can dominate a region. Qin Feiyang said. We will not let you down, young master. The 6,000 shadow guards roared in unison with a determined light in their eyes. Don't let me down. Don't let yourselves down. Humans have to work hard to move forward. To put it simply, if you don't make progress and just wait for death, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? I believe that none of you are willing to be a salted fish. In short, since you have appeared in this world, you must live your life vigorously. Our goal is not to rule the Sky Cloud realm, nor to defeat the dragons, but to break the rules of this world, transcend the laws of heaven and earth, and come to the outer world. Our fate must be controlled by ourselves. No one else is qualified. Qin Feiyang shouted. His words made everyone's spirits rise and their blood boil. He really knows how to stir up people's hearts. Mu Tianyang pursed his lips. But you can't deny that his goal is great. And it is also my goal. Dong Xingyang whispered. Mu Tianyang glanced at Dong Xingyang and murmured, that is to fight the heavens, the earth, and the god of creation. Are you afraid? Dong Xingyang asked. Don't provoke me. I'm not interested in this. My only goal is to kill all of you, my fated enemies. Mu Tianyang coldly snorted. We're your fated enemies. Dong Xingyang was speechless. He wanted to say, brother, is your brain rusty? You still haven't figured out the situation? But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There was no need to force them. In that case, let's go out. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand, leading a group of people to appear in the sky above Sky Cloud Island. Many of them had never been to Sky Cloud Island in person, so they looked at Sky Cloud Island, especially the space-time crack leading to the lower realm, with a look of curiosity. Senior brother, this is an opportunity to surpass me. Don't be lazy. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and smiled. Do I need you to tell me that? Madman coldly snorted. Hearing this, the mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Feiyang, aren't you going to cultivate here? Me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. After pondering for a while, he said, we'll see. Maybe I'll go to the other 3 forbidden areas. Just you alone? I don't agree. It's too dangerous. The mermaid princess immediately said. Qin Feiyang held the mermaid princess's hand, his face full of love, and said with a smile, I'll be careful. You don't have to worry about me. Follow Big Brother and cultivate well. Maybe I'll need you to save me. But, the mermaid princess frowned. Enough. It's not like you don't know his bad temper. Will he change his mind? Qin Rushuang glanced at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the mermaid princess. Sigh. The mermaid princess sighed and fell silent. Pei Tianhong glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young master, since you're going to the other 3 forbidden areas, let me and Wang Chongyuan follow you. That's right. Old Pei and I have already comprehended 2 ultimates. We don't need to follow that little rabbit to cultivate. Hearing this, Wang Chongyuan immediately expressed his opinion. Are you satisfied already? You have to know that the followers of the princesses and princes have comprehended 2 ultimates. Not to mention the dragon's elders, patriarchs, and even Lord Dragon King. Their strength has definitely reached the peak of perfection. Thus, you all still need to work hard. Qin Feiyang said. But if you go alone, we won't be at ease. Pei Tianhong frowned. Thank you for your concern. But after being with me for so long, don't you know me? I won't die so easily. Qin Feiyang smiled. This, Pei Tianhong looked at Wang Chongyuan. Wang Chongyuan shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Pei Tianhong smiled bitterly, looked at Qin Feiyang, and nodded. All right, we'll listen to you. Qin Feiyang smiled, then looked at them one by one as if he wanted to imprint their faces in his heart. Chapter 3459. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, the little rabbit appeared from the mountain below and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Big brother, it's not much, right? Qin Feiyang chuckled. The little rabbit turned its head and the corner of its mouth twitched. This is not much. We have an agreement. Qin Feiyang was afraid that the little rabbit would change its mind and make everyone happy for nothing. Don't worry. Uncle Rabbit is a man of his word. The little rabbit waved its paw impatiently. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and then looked at everyone with a smile. Why aren't you thanking Uncle Rabbit? Thank you, Uncle Rabbit. Everyone's face was full of smiles. Don't give me that. The little rabbit pursed its lips and then looked at Qin Feiyang with a mischievous smile. But to be honest, I have prepared a surprise for you. Surprise? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman and the others were also curious. This little rabbit was so powerful. The surprise it had prepared would definitely be extraordinary as well. But I can't tell you now. The little rabbit chuckled again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Since it couldn't be said now, why did it say it? Deliberately whetting his appetite? Uncle Rabbit is deliberately whetting your appetite. You can slowly think about it, but Uncle Rabbit believes that you will never be able to figure it out. The little rabbit said proudly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. With a wave of his hand, jars of black tortoise divine brew appeared in front of the little rabbit. There were at least 5 to 6 jars, piled up like a mountain in front of the little rabbit. So much. The little rabbit was stunned for a moment, then its eyes lit up and saliva flowed out. Is it a lot? I thought it was too little. If he had known, he would have taken out less. After all, those brewers had worked hard to brew this black tortoise divine brew. Not much, not much. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The little rabbit was stunned and quickly shook its head. Then, with a wave of its paw, the black tortoise divine brew in front of it disappeared without a trace. Its appearance was a little funny. Qin Feiyang was speechless and asked, "Then where are we going to cultivate?" You. When the little rabbit heard this, she swept her eyes over the group of people. She shook her head and said, "They can all go, but you cannot." I can't go. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in unison, "Why?" Madman and the others also looked at Little Rabbit suspiciously. If you go, then the surprise I prepared for you will be gone. Besides, aren't you going to the other 3 forbidden areas? How can Uncle Rabbit be so shameless as to waste your precious time? The little rabbit bared its teeth. You heard everything? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. In the Heaven Cloud Sea, there's nothing that Lord Rabbit doesn't know. The little rabbit smiled proudly, and then urged, "Since you want to go to the other 3 forbidden areas, then hurry up and get on your way. Then I won't stay here to cultivate. I'll go take a look." Qin Feiyang said. He was really curious about this so-called surprise. No. Bunny shook her head. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He originally didn't intend to stay here to cultivate. He was purely curious about what kind of cultivation place Bunny had arranged for everyone. But now, he wasn't even allowed to take a look. This was too much. Bunny threatened, "Are you going or not? If not, Uncle Rabbit will go back on his word." No, I'll go right away. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. What was this? Then, he glanced at the white-eyed wolf and transmitted his voice. You pretended to cultivate with it, what kind of surprise is it? No problem. The white-eyed wolf smiled sinisterly. This kid was still crafty. But at this time, Bunny seemed to have seen through the trick of the man and wolf and said indifferently, "Wolf cub, open the space-time transmission channel and get lost together." The man and wolf's expression froze. Do you need Uncle Rabbit to personally send you off? Bunny's eyes suddenly became unfriendly. No need. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf hurriedly shook their heads. What a joke. If it tricked them like last time and directly sent them to the resting place of the dragons, wouldn't that be a disaster? It was better to be tactful and obediently get lost. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and the others and said with a smile, "Then you guys take care. You be careful too." Madman reminded. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf looked at Bunny angrily and opened a space-time transmission channel. Lord Ruler, wait. Suddenly, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang ran in front of Qin Feiyang and frowned. We thought about it, We can't stay here to cultivate. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because Miss Fire Lotus, Black Panther, and the others have to stay here. If we also stay here, then who will care about the Black Tortoise world? Pai Lupi said. That's right. If no one cares about the Black Tortoise world, it will definitely be chaotic. Besides, the two of us don't come out to fight, and our talents aren't that good, there's no need to waste resources here. Theta Wang also said. Just because of this? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The two of them nodded. Don't worry, the Black Tortoise world has already stabilized. Even if you guys aren't here, there won't be chaos like you imagined. As for fighting, talent, I never thought about it that way. Moreover, the reason why I asked you guys to come here to cultivate is not for you to follow me out to fight in the future, but to let you guys have a certain degree of self-protection in times of danger. Similarly, when we have no time to split ourselves, you can also help us protect the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. After all, what if one day our enemies kill their way into the Black Tortoise world? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Just stay here with peace of mind. In the future, the Black Tortoise world will definitely need you guys to manage it. Work hard now is also building a foundation for the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Thank you, Lord Ruler, for your kindness. We will definitely work hard. The two of them bowed and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and patted their shoulders. Under everyone's gazes, he brought the white-eyed wolf and entered the space-time portal without looking back. You guys follow Lord Rabbit. But there's one thing you have to understand. Since you're going to cultivate with Lord Rabbit, you have to listen to Lord Rabbit unconditionally. Otherwise, if Lord Rabbit gets angry, even if Qin Feiyang and the little lunatic intercede for you guys, it's useless. Let's go. As soon as the little rabbit finished speaking, the group of people immediately followed the little rabbit in a grandiose manner and swept down towards the mountains below. This is too much. I think that surprise is just an excuse. In reality, it's afraid that we'll covet its divine item. In the sky above a certain mountain. The white-eyed wolf roared angrily. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, how do you know there's a divine item? It's obvious. With its strength, how could it not have a few powerful divine items? The white-eyed wolf said. Enough. Anyway, we don't plan to stay. What's there to be angry about? What should we do? We should be grateful. I hope that everyone can be reborn again at its place. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf pursed his lips and asked, then we'll go to the other 3 forbidden areas now? There's no hurry. Let's go back to the Black Tortoise realm first and prepare some pills. If the other 3 forbidden areas also have restrictions, if we don't prepare in advance, we won't be able to move an inch. Also, I want to know where the princesses and princes of the dragons are currently resting. Let's see if there's a chance to kill 1 or 2. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. This is a good idea. Let's kill their arrogance first. This brother has the space-time law, so it's more convenient for me to come and go. I'll think of a way to investigate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes also flashed with cold light. Then you be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. What a joke. If I can't even handle such a small matter, then wouldn't this brother's dignified reputation be undeserved? After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he began to use the space-time law and quickly left. Dignified reputation? Undeserved reputation? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He reckoned that the word shameless was used to describe this guy. Swish. Immediately after, he also disappeared. The Alliance capital. You're back. In a quiet courtyard, the silver-haired woman looked at the 2 white-haired old women who walked in and said with a smile. The 2 nodded. How's the investigation? The silver-haired woman asked. Whether it's Ruotianxing and the other 2 or Zhao Xiaojin, there's no clue. It's as if they've disappeared from the world. The 2 shook their heads. Then there's no need to look. The silver-haired woman waved her hand. No need to look. The 2 were stunned. If there's no accident, these people must have met up with Qin Feiyang. So no matter how hard we try, it's impossible to find them. The silver-haired woman shook her head. This guy was really amazing. No matter what he did it flawlessly. It seemed that he didn't find the wrong person. He was someone who could be used. Hearing this, the two old women couldn't help but have a trace of anger on their faces. They had been busy for a few days, but it turned out that they had been busy for nothing. What about my brothers and sisters? The silver-haired woman pondered for a while and asked again. We haven't found their whereabouts. They should be hiding and plotting in the dark. The two said. It seems that they've finally learned to be smart. If they're all out in the open, it's impossible to deal with Qin Feiyang and the others. So, we must hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to act. The silver-haired woman chuckled. Then do we need to hide? The two asked. We don't need to. Just wait and watch the show. As for next, you two go to the eastern continent and pay attention to my brother's movements. As soon as he leaves the Yin Demon Land and enters the eastern continent, inform me immediately. The silver-haired woman was quite calm when she said this, but the two old women could faintly feel a trace of killing intent. Your Highness, you're not thinking of taking this opportunity to. The two looked at the silver-haired woman in surprise. But before they could finish speaking, the silver-haired woman suddenly looked at the two of them, and an invisible and terrifying pressure was emitted from her. The two of them immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads, seeming to carry a trace of fear. The silver-haired woman stared at the two of them. At this moment, it felt as if something in the silver-haired woman's body was awakening, giving people a chilling feeling of horror. Chapter 3460. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn. The two white-haired old women were clearly perfect sovereigns who had mastered two types of profound meanings, but at this moment, their backs were quietly breaking out in cold sweat. It could be seen. They were really nervous now. But suddenly, the silver-haired woman smiled wittily and returned to her harmless appearance. She smiled and said, You two have watched me grow up, and I also treat you as family, so you don't have to be so nervous when facing me. Your Highness is too kind. The two hurriedly smiled apologetically. Okay. In the future, there are some things that you know in your heart, don't say it out loud. Let's go to the eastern continent. The silver-haired woman smiled. Okay. The two nodded, opened the space-time transmission channel, and turned to leave. The silver-haired woman looked at the two, picked up the teacup, put it at the corner of her mouth, and gently sipped it. A faint bloodlight could be seen in her clear eyes. Black Tortoise Realm. Qin Feiyang stood above the ancient castle, looking at the current Devil's Land, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to adapt. In the past, although everyone was busy cultivating and was relatively calm, at least he felt a sense of comfort in his heart that everyone was by his side and not alone. But now, as he scanned the empty Devil's Land and felt the deathly stillness, a sense of loneliness arose in his heart. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Feiyang sighed and entered the ancient castle's cultivation room. Everything here was the same as before. Moreover, whether it was the floor or the desk, there was not a speck of dust. Qin Feiyang knew that either Fire Lotus helped to clean it, or Pai Lupi helped to clean it. Although Fire Lotus and the others seemed to have not done anything these years, in fact, they had been taking care of him behind his back. It was just that these contributions were very difficult to see, and even if they saw it, no one would care. But in fact, these were the most important. This was because only by resolving the worries at the back could they concentrate fully and boldly fight outside without worry. Slowly get used to it. Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the altar, and was slightly stunned. On the altar, there were two pill furnaces. One of them was the former 7th grade divine furnace, the Heaven Flame divine furnace. As for the other pill furnace, he had never seen it before. Its size and shape were similar to the Heaven Flame divine cauldron. The only difference was the pattern on it. The totem of a giant flaming bird was engraved on the furnace. Every line was clear and full of charm. This was the divine beast vermilion bird. Qin Feiyang cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership. A stream of information immediately surged into his mind. The divine vermilion bird cauldron, a 10th grade divine grade pill furnace. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Since when did he have a 10th grade divine grade pill furnace? After thinking about it carefully, He remembered. This should be the pill furnace that Pei Tianhong mentioned back then. When they first entered the Yin Devil Land, Pei Tianhong said that the Blood Hall not only had a lot of Grade 9 and Grade 9 divine pill fires and pill furnaces, but also a Grade 10 divine pill fire and pill furnace. It seemed that Pei Tianhong was talking about this vermilion bird cauldron. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the nether devil flame hovering above and couldn't help but be stunned. The aura of the nether devil flame had also become much stronger. After careful analysis, he found that it had been upgraded to the 10th grade divine grade. Not bad. A smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face. Although he wasn't refining pills now, the fire lotus didn't forget him. It helped him upgrade the level of the nether devil flame and left him a pill furnace. I haven't refined pills for a long time, so I should be rusty. Qin Feiyang muttered and was about to refine pills, but suddenly looked at the iron box containing the 6-word divine formula and the pill scripture. There was a Qiankuan bag there. Looking at the Qiankuan bag suspiciously, Qin Feiyang picked it up and used his divine sense to look inside. He saw that there was a bag of pills inside. They were basically life-saving pills like the Divine Life Pill, the Divine Sun Pill, and the Yuan High Divine Pill. Suddenly, at the side, he saw a very neatly folded piece of paper. Qin Feiyang picked up the small note and opened it. Young master, as long as you are lazy, I have refined pills for you in advance. Take them, don't be polite. Looking at this line of words, Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This was Dan Wangtsai's handwriting. It had to be said that this guy was really too considerate. Before leaving, he didn't forget to refine so many pills for him. However, was it because he was lazy that he didn't like to refine pills? It was clearly because he found it troublesome, okay? Thank you. Qin Feiyang muttered, raising his head to look at the vermilion bird cauldron and the nether devil flame, and laughed. It seems that in the future, I won't be able to use you guys. Don't complain, don't blame me, blame Dan Wangtsai for being too outstanding. The vermilion bird cauldron trembled. The nether devil flame also jumped. It was as if it was looking down on Qin Feiyang. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed, turned around and walked out of the cultivation room, glanced at the hall of the castle, and then walked out of the castle in large strides. He then closed his eyes, and his perception quickly spread throughout the entire Black Tortoise realm. In the sea of blood, many creatures were donating blood. To be exact, everyone had never stopped. And the order of the major regions was still the same as before. Therefore, even if Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, and Hei Bao were not here, there would not be any chaos in the Black Tortoise realm. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression froze for a moment, then lowered his head and muttered to himself for a moment. With a thought, 2 figures appeared in front of him. A middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. When the 2 of them appeared in the Devil's Land, they were also a little stunned, but when they saw Qin Feiyang standing opposite them, their expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Are you surprised? I will call you to the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and smiled faintly. En. The 2 of them nodded timidly. These 2 people were Pei Tianhong's son and daughter, Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu. Qin Feiyang asked, where did old Pei and the others go? Do you know? We know. The 2 of them nodded, their faces full of envy and yearning. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't be envious. However, for old Pei's sake, I am willing to give you a chance. Qin Feiyang said. Chance? The siblings were stunned and quickly bowed. Please give us your orders, young master, we will do our best. Stop. Qin Feiyang stopped the 2 of them and said indifferently, don't say those useless things, I only look at your performance. The 2 of them nodded, understood. All right then, from now on, help me manage the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. Manage the Black Tortoise realm? The 2 of them were shocked. He actually gave them an important task. One had to know. This was not the Blood Hall back then, but a real world. To be honest, they did not have the confidence to manage it. Why? You don't have the confidence to manage it well? Qin Feiyang asked. The 2 of them hesitated and nodded. Yes. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang looked at them mockingly. The 2 of them hesitated again. They said that they were confident because they wanted to seize this rare opportunity, but they really did not have the courage to be sure. Pei Hongyu looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "Young master, is there anyone who can guide us a little?" "No. Those who know how to manage have all gone to Sky Cloud Island." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The two of them fell silent again. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "If you can't do it, then forget it, don't force yourself." "No, no, no." The two of them quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have to force yourself, but if I force you to manage the Black Tortoise realm, what if I mess it up?" "That won't happen. Although we are not in the Devil's Land, we know your principles. Protect the peace of the Black Tortoise realm and protect every living thing here." The two of them quickly said, "Not bad, you know this. All right, you can give it a try." After saying that, Qin Feiyang disappeared without a trace, leaving the brother and sister in a daze in the Devil's Land. Management, generally speaking, was very easy, but when it was really managed, one would know how difficult it was. Most importantly, with their current situation and position, they could not make any mistakes. Even if it was a small mistake, they were worried that they would anger Qin Feiyang. But they could not give up this opportunity to perform, it was too difficult. 2 days later at night. With a howl, the white-eyed wolf returned. How was it? Under the night sky, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf stood together like ghosts in the night. "It's a little strange." The white-eyed wolf frowned. "Strange?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at it suspiciously. "Yes. I've been to all the big and small cities in the western and eastern continents, but there is no news about them. It's as if they suddenly disappeared from the world." The white-eyed wolf was incomparably angry. It had promised Qin Feiyang, but in the end, there was nothing. It was really embarrassing. Disappeared from the world? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This shouldn't be. Weren't these people here to hunt them down? Moreover, each of them had a sovereign divine weapon, so why were they hiding instead? The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you think they felt that they couldn't beat us, so they returned to the dragon's nest?" Qin Feiyang said, "If it were you, after suffering such a big loss, would you run back?" "Of course not. If it were me, I would definitely fight to the death." The white-eyed wolf said proudly. "Isn't that right? I think they've already moved from the light to the dark. After the battle in the heavenly cloud sea, they should have realized that it is impossible to kill us in the light, so they went to the dark and waited for an opportunity to make a move." Qin Feiyang pondered. "Then they are still quite smart." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. "Don't underestimate them. After all, they are the princes and princesses of the dragons. Besides, without any brains, would the Dragon King dare to let them come out to hunt us down? It seems that it is impossible to kill one or two of them first." Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. "Then let's kill the princess of the Alliance capital." A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. "Don't. She wants to use us, I also want to use her. But why hasn't the prince of the Golden Dragon clan come out yet?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Compared to the other princes and princesses, he was more interested in the prince of the Golden Dragon clan. Chapter 3461. That's right. Not counting the days we've been out, it's already been several months in the Yin Demon Land. 1 day is 5,000 years of time array. 10 days is 50,000 years, 100 days is 500,000 years. He should have reconstructed his body. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "He wouldn't be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, right?" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and waved his hand. Maybe he's also staying in the dragon's nest to cultivate. Let's not make wild guesses. Anyway, that princess said she would help us keep an eye out, so let's wait. Wait. The white-eyed wolf was slightly stunned and asked, "Didn't you say we're going to the other 3 forbidden areas?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's wait for a few more days. If there's still no news of that prince, we'll set off for the other 3 forbidden areas." "Then which forbidden area should we go to first?" the white-eyed wolf asked. The 4 forbidden areas were the Yin Demon Land, the Heavy Region Land, the Death Glacier, and the Buried Gods Land. Naturally, They didn't need to go to the Yin Demon Land. The Heavy Region Land, the Death Glacier, and the Buried Gods Land were all in different directions. Moreover, they didn't know if the forces in these 3 forbidden areas were friends or enemies of the dragons. If they were lucky and chose the dragon's opponent, they could find allies and fight the dragons together. Because the enemy of an enemy is a friend. But if they were unlucky and chose the dragons as an ally, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another for them. But now, regarding the 4 forbidden areas, only the dragons knew a little about them. The other 3 forbidden areas were completely unknown. The only one who knew, Little Rabbit, refused to tell them, so now it was a test of their luck. The white-eyed wolf suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "That little princess of the dragons should be familiar with the situation of the other 3 forbidden areas, right? Do you think she'll tell us? Although we're working together now, it's only limited to dealing with the crown prince of the dragons. As for the forces of the other 3 forbidden zones, since they can rule over their own forbidden zones, they must be existences that can contend against the dragons. What if these 3 forces really have a match for the dragons? Let's take a step back. Even if the 4 great forbidden zones are neither enemies nor friends, and they are all minding their own business and have nothing to do with each other, if the other 3 great forbidden zones were to receive the news and come out to join in the fun, the situation of the Sky Cloud Realm would definitely become incomparably chaotic. I think the dragons wouldn't want to see such a scene. As for that woman, as the little princess of the dragons, although she has to deal with the first prince of the dragons, she definitely won't spoil the big picture or do anything that will harm the interests of the dragons. Qin Feiyang's analysis, although it was just a conjecture, was very convincing. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf's expression stiffened and said in surprise, "Then according to your analysis, is it possible that the dragons will stop us from going to the other 3 great forbidden zones?" "Stop us?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said in a deep voice, "Think about it, if the other 3 great forbidden zones really have a match for the dragons, then the dragons are afraid that they will come out and intervene, so they will definitely find a way to block the news." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. This matter was not impossible. And the only way to block the news is to stop us from going to the other 3 great forbidden zones. That is to set up defenses at the entrances and exits of the 3 great forbidden zones. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looking at the white-eyed wolf, and said in surprise, "You're not bad, you can still think of this. What do you mean? Could it be that in your eyes, this brother is all brawn and no brains?" The white-eyed wolf said angrily, No. I'm just very surprised, that's all." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain and said angrily, "If only Little Rabbit was willing to tell us directly, then we wouldn't have to think so hard here. How many brain cells would it hurt?" Qin Feiyang could not help but praise at first, but when he heard this, he could not help but roll his eyes. What expression? Did this brother say something wrong? It was originally a very easy matter to solve, but now you have to make it so troublesome. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Actually, it is still unknown whether they will set up defenses or not. After all, in their opinion, we don't know that there is a hidden force in the other 3 great forbidden zones. However, since you have already raised this doubt, then I think we should still take precautions. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, looked at the white-eyed wolf, and asked, "Then why don't we go and test it out first?" "How do we test it out?" The white-eyed wolf was doubtful. "Of course not. We will go there in person. If there is really a defense, then wouldn't we be walking into a trap if we go there?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, and 6 incarnations immediately appeared around him. It seemed that the white-eyed wolf understood the appearance of these 6 incarnations and was ready to use them to test it out. Because even if the incarnations were killed, Qin Feiyang would not be affected in any way. But why 6 incarnations? 3 great forbidden zones, as long as there were 3 incarnations. Sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are very smart. Sometimes you are very smart, but sometimes you are very stupid. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Can't you talk nicely?" Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately glared at him. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, Then how many entrances do you think there are to the Yin Demon Land? Nonsense. Of course there is one. Are you really doubting my intelligence? The white-eyed wolf replied without hesitation. Wrong. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Wrong. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. How could this be wrong? Think about it carefully, Qin Feiyang said. The white-eyed wolf frowned and lowered his head to recall. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he looked at Qin Feiyang with an embarrassed smile. There are two. Yes. One entrance in the eastern continent, one in the southern continent. These are two entrances. And the other three great forbidden zones are also connected between the two continents. Naturally, there are two entrances, Qin Feiyang said. Ha! Mistake. The white-eyed wolf was extremely embarrassed. He actually made such a low-level mistake. How embarrassing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a middle-aged man appeared. It was Pei Dason. Young master. Pei Dason looked around in confusion. When he saw Qin Feiyang, he quickly bowed. Qin Feiyang asked, "You should know the coordinates of the 6 entrances to the Heavy Region, Land of Buried Gods, and Death Glacier, right?" "I know this." Pei Dason nodded. As Pei Tianhong's son and a perfect realm sovereign, his understanding of the Sky Cloud realm was naturally far beyond ordinary people. "All right, give them the coordinates," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Pei Dason nodded and said the coordinates one by one. "Go." Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 incarnations and smiled. "Understood." The 6 incarnations nodded and looked at the white-eyed wolf, waiting for it to open the space-time teleportation channel. "In the end, you still have to rely on me." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. With a wave of its paw, 6 space-time teleportation channels opened at the same time. Qin Feiyang and the 6 incarnations couldn't help but roll their eyes at the white-eyed wolf. Before one of the incarnations left, he turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Main body, you should hurry up and comprehend the laws of space as well. Otherwise, a certain guy will act in front of us every day." "I'll try." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Was this something that could be comprehended so easily? What's going on? Pei Dason looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Your mission is complete." Qin Feiyang didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, he sent Pei Dason to the Black Tortoise realm. "Why did you ask Pei Dason to come out?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "I asked him and Pei Hongyu to help manage the Black Tortoise realm." "Let them manage?" "Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that they'll embezzle?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. "If they really dare to do that, believe me, we don't need to do anything. Pei Tianhong won't let them off easily. Moreover, I let them enter the Devil's Land because of old Pei. After all, they are his children. If the two of them have really turned over a new leaf, it's fine to put them in an important position." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf said, "But don't forget that their son died in our hands." "I didn't forget. But their son is also old Pei's grandson. If old Pei can think it through, they should be able to think it through too. And I heard from Fire Lotus that the two of them have already given birth to several children in Zhengzhou." Qin Feiyang smiled. "So fast?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "Is it fast? The Black Tortoise realm has been here for hundreds of thousands of years." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Compared to ordinary people, they are definitely slow. But compared to you and little lunatic, understand it yourself." The white-eyed wolf snickered. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and then closed his eyes to sense the situation of his incarnation. Speaking of children, who didn't want to have a son or a daughter? But not everyone could have their wish fulfilled. Because many people had their own difficulties. Back to the 6 incarnations. They descended above the 6 entrances almost at the same time. And as soon as they appeared, they directly rushed toward the 3 forbidden areas. But at the same time, boom! Below the 6 entrances, a terrifying divine might erupted. Like a tide, it rushed toward the 6 incarnations. Without any suspense, the 6 incarnations were annihilated on the spot. "What? It's actually not his original body?" Immediately, An angry voice sounded from the 6 entrances. At the same time when the 6 incarnations were annihilated, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes. 2 cold lights burst out. Someone really set up defenses? The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Yes. There are defenses at all 6 entrances. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn, this is really crazy. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. This means that they really don't want the other 3 forbidden areas to participate. Qin Feiyang sneered. Then does this mean that the dragons and the 3 forbidden areas are enemies? The white-eyed wolf asked. We can't jump to conclusions too early. It's possible that they simply don't want the 3 forbidden areas to participate. However, judging from the current situation, even if the 4 forbidden areas aren't enemies, their relationship shouldn't be that good. In that case, it's considered good news for us. At least we don't have to face the joint suppression of the 4 forbidden areas. Maybe we can really find a reliable ally when the time comes. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile. It seems that we have to go to the 3 forbidden areas. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while and said, Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 3462. How long will it take to go to all 3 forbidden areas? Moreover, Little Madman is not here now. If there is something like the Yin demon force in the 3 forbidden areas, I don't care. But you will die if you go in. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Some things seemed simple, but when they were put into practice, they would find that there were many difficulties. I don't think so. Last time, Old Pei and Old Wang said that although the 3 forbidden areas are dangerous, there doesn't seem to be anything like the Yin demon land. As long as there is nothing like the Yin demon force, then I have nothing to be afraid of. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay, you are awesome. Then who was the one who killed the 6 avatars? The white-eyed wolf asked. I can only sense the location of the incarnations and whether they are alive or dead. I don't know anything else because the distance is too far. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it seems that we have to go to these entrances. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Anyway, we have to wait for a few days. Why don't we investigate first and find out who it is and think of a way to deal with it in advance? The white-eyed wolf nodded, thought for a moment, and said, Now that we are in the Western continent, let's go to the 2 entrances of the Western continent first. What forbidden areas are connected to the Western continent? The Death Glacier and the Heavy Region. Qin Feiyang said. The Death Glacier connected the Western continent and the White Continent. The Heavy Region connected the Western continent and the Southern continent. Then let's go to the entrance of the Heavy Region first. The place where Pei Dason and the others were hiding last time seemed to be outside the Heavy Region. The white-eyed wolf said. Okay. And? We can't use the coordinates that Pei Dason gave us before. We must first teleport to the entrance and then slowly approach it. Otherwise, when we appear, we will be ambushed like the incarnations. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. This was not a game. They would lose their lives. At the same time, at the entrance of the Heavy Region, in a small valley, a young man in blood-red clothes looked up at the sky with a frown. Behind him, there were 2 other old men in blood-red clothes. Their faces were gloomy. The young man withdrew his gaze and looked at the 2 old men, asking, Why did Qin Feiyang send his doppelganger to the Heavy Realm? I don't know. However, the 2nd princess and the 3rd prince have already said that this is not a clone. The 2 of them reminded him. I know it's not a clone. That's not the main point. More importantly, why did he send a clone over? Could it be that he knew we were lying in ambush here? The blood-robed young man raised his eyebrows. Impossible. This was a decision we made after we left the Heavencloud Sea. Even if he has divine foresight, there's no way he could have predicted that we would set an ambush here. Unless, at this point, the eyes of the 2 blood-red-robed old men trembled. They quickly shook their heads and denied the thought in their hearts. Unless what? The blood-red-clothed young man was suspicious. Unless one of us tipped him off. However, that is absolutely impossible. The 2 old men shook their heads. Tipped him off, the blood-red-clothed young man murmured and sneered, It's not impossible. Don't forget that little sister of mine. Given the grudge between her and Big Brother, she might do something stupid. The two old men looked at each other and warned the blood-red-clothed young man, Your Highness, it's best not to make such baseless guesses in the future. Otherwise, if others hear it, they will definitely say that you are trying to sow discord, which will have a negative impact on your reputation. I know. I'm just saying it in front of you. The blood-red-clothed young man waved his hand and pondered for a moment before saying, There's one more thing that I don't understand. Qin Feiyang came here to probe, so he should be planning to enter the heavy realm. Do you think this is a coincidence, or they want to hide in the heavy realm to avoid our pursuit? Or, as we think, they came here with a purpose? Do you mean that they really know the secret of the 4 forbidden areas and want to form an alliance with the 3 forbidden areas? The two old men were surprised. The blood-red-clothed young man said angrily, How would I know? I'm not a roundworm in his stomach. Aren't I asking you? The two old men pondered for a while before looking at the blood-red-clothed young man and saying, With Qin Feiyang's intelligence, he knows about the existence of the dragons. It's possible that he has connected the 3 forbidden areas with a hidden force, but what? The blood-red-clothed young man was suspicious. But even if he can think of this, he can't be sure about the relationship between the dragons and the 3 forbidden areas. So, I don't think he dares to take this risk and break into the 3 forbidden areas directly. He will definitely find a way to figure out our situation first. The two old men said. Dares not. You still don't know the guts of Qin Feiyang and his people? I don't think there's anything that they don't dare to do. The blood-red-clothed young man snorted and pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, Well, you can contact the others and see if the same thing has happened. Okay. The two old men nodded and took out a transmission stone to send messages to the followers of the other princes and princesses. Not far away, there was a giant mountain that was about 1,000 jong tall. At the top of the mountain, a man and a wolf stood at the edge of the cliff, looking at the valley like two ghosts. That's right. It was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. At this moment, not only were their auras completely gone, but their bodies were also hidden in the void. Even if someone passed by, they wouldn't be able to detect them. I was wondering why I couldn't find them. It turns out that they are all blocking the entrances. The white-eyed wolf sneered secretly. I have to admit that these people have some brains. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then shouldn't you thank me? The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang and said telepathically, Thank you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. If I didn't suddenly think that someone might be guarding against us, would you have sent your incarnation to test us? If you didn't send your incarnation to test us, you would have come here brazenly. Wouldn't you have been caught off guard? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang proudly. Yes, I admit it. You're amazing. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. I know it's your credit, but can't you keep a low profile? It's as if you're afraid that no one will know. Hey. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and asked, Then is there a need to investigate the other entrances? Of course not. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and said with a sneaky smile, Then do you have any ideas now? Ideas, Qin Feiyang murmured. The princes and princesses were separated now. Moreover, one of them was in the east and the other was in the west. Even if there was a battle, the others wouldn't be able to sense it. For him, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Okay, I'll do it. In the valley. The two old men in blood-red clothes put away the divine voice-transmitting stone and said to the young man in blood-red clothes, You heard it too. Qin Feiyang's doppelgangers appeared at the 6 entrances of the 3 forbidden areas. Bastard. He's obviously here to test us. I don't believe that he's so smart that he can predict everything. Someone must have tipped him off. The young man in blood-red clothes said angrily. The two old men in blood-red clothes looked at each other and didn't know what to say. This was because they also felt that no matter how smart a person was, it was impossible for him to predict everything. Therefore, it was more convincing that someone had tipped him off. However, they didn't want to believe it. After all, they knew the princes and princesses quite well. Although they were fighting openly and secretly, they still had a sense of the big picture. It was impossible for them to destroy the big picture just because of personal grudges. What on earth was going on? The three young men in blood-red clothes were lost in thought. The valley fell into a dead silence. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying divine power emerged like a volcanic eruption. Moreover, this divine power was right above the three of them. It could be said that it was very close. The three of them were shocked. They looked up and saw a white figure appear in the void. He was holding a horsetail whisk and was charging at them aggressively. Qin Feiyang. The three of them were shocked. This was too sudden. They didn't expect Qin Feiyang to come out and attack them at this time. They were completely caught off guard. However, the blood dragon blade, which was hiding in the young man in blood-red clothes, reacted at the critical moment. It appeared in an instant and attacked the horsetail whisk. However, it didn't have time to fully recover. With a loud clang, it was sent flying by the horsetail whisk. You didn't expect this, did you? You wanted to ambush me here and catch me off guard. However, you were attacked by me instead. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Like a demon god descending to the world, he raised his horsetail whisk and smashed it towards the three people's heads. Take His Highness away and inform the other princesses and princes immediately. One of the old men in blood-red clothes shouted angrily after he forced the other old man and the young man in blood-red clothes to retreat. Then, he transformed into his real body in an instant. It was a blood dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. It looked as if it was covered in blood and had a murderous aura. You're really not afraid of death? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. As the horsetail whisk fell, the divine power shattered in all directions. The blood dragon screamed in pain. Its huge body and divine soul exploded in the void and were crushed into pieces. Blood dragon blade, hold him back. The other old man shouted angrily. He grabbed the young man in blood-red clothes and flew away without looking back. At the same time, the young man in blood-red clothes took out his divine voice-transmitting stone. Horsetail whisk, hold him back. Qin Feiyang also let out a shout. The horsetail whisk left his hand and shot towards the blood dragon blade. At the same time, Qin Feiyang used the space-time step and chased after the young man in blood-red clothes and the old man in blood-red clothes. Seeing that the young man in blood-red clothes was activating the sacred voice-transmitting stone, he shouted secretly, "Ancient Castle, come out and help me." However, Ancient Castle didn't respond at all. My dear lord, although they only have one sovereign divine weapon, they are dragons. It's not easy to get this opportunity. Can't you help me? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. Whether it was in the past or now, as long as Qin Feiyang could deal with the situation, Ancient Castle wouldn't show up no matter what he said. Chapter 3463. What should we do? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. If Jiyu Bao didn't appear, he wouldn't be able to catch up with them even if he activated the slaughter zone. Because the slaughter zone was strong in other aspects, but speed was its biggest weakness. How could he let the duck in his mouth fly away just like that? He couldn't accept it. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by a deafening sound, a black divine light rushed out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. It was Jiyu Bao. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and said with a smile, "That's right. The enemies we faced before were too weak, so you didn't have to do anything. But it's different now. Even you might not be able to deal with the enemies we're facing now. You talk too much. Didn't I do this to train you?" Jiyu Bao said angrily. "Big brother, you've been with me every day. Don't you know me? Take a good look. Do I still need to train now?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Don't be so smug. No matter who it is, they can only stabilize their mind and state of mind under constant training. Jiyu Bao then released a monstrous divine aura, shattering the void and the earth as he charged toward the red-clothed youth. "Oh no. Your Highness, you go first." The red-clothed elder's expression changed. He pushed the red-clothed youth away and turned to face Jiyu Bao. A terrifying power of law burst out. In just an instant, 10 golden lotuses appeared in the sky, exuding a destructive divine aura as they blasted toward Jiyu Bao. Karma law, the ultimate mystery. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He quickly looked at Jiyu Bao and shouted, "Keep him alive." Then, he waved his hand and the white-eyed wolf appeared. It pointed at the red-clothed youth and shouted, "Go after him." The white-eyed wolf nodded and immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. The other end of the channel was in front of the red-clothed youth. Qin Feiyang immediately rushed in. Before the white-eyed wolf entered the space-time transmission channel, it saw the 10 golden lotuses and shouted, "Sir, you must keep him alive." Then, it also rushed into the space-time transmission channel. Damn it! Seeing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf chasing the red-clothed youth, the red-clothed elder's face was full of anger. He also turned and flew toward the red-clothed youth. "You still want to save him? You don't take me seriously, do you?" Jiyu Bao snorted coldly, and his divine might shook the world. The 10 golden lotuses were shattered in an instant. Then, with a flash, he descended above the old man in blood-red robes, and his terrifying divine might surged. Since they wanted to keep him alive, they naturally couldn't kill him. Seeing this, the old man's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair the next moment. A destructive aura roared out from his body. Self-detonate. However, trying to self-destruct in front of a sovereign weapon was far too naive. The ancient castle's godly aura poured into the old man's chi si, causing it to collapse on the spot. "Save the red-clothed youth too." The blood-robed old man roared. The blood dragon blade actually wanted to rescue him, but it had no choice. The horsetail whisk was trying its best to restrain it, so it could not get away. At the same time, when the blood-red-clothed young man saw a space-time crack appear in front of him, he knew that it was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf who were chasing after him. He turned around without hesitation, activated his supreme-level support divine technique, and fled in another direction. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared from the space-time crack. Seeing this, they raised their eyebrows. "You block him from behind. I'll block him from the front." The white-eyed wolf opened another space-time transmission channel and appeared in front of the red-clothed youth. The red-clothed youth's face changed. He turned around and saw Qin Feiyang coming from behind. The red-clothed youth was restrained by the horsetail whisk, and the red-clothed elder's sea of qi was destroyed. He was imprisoned by Jiyu Bao. There was no way he could survive. "Run!" the white-eyed wolf sneered. He activated his 3 supreme profound meanings and rushed toward the red-clothed youth like a bolt of lightning. One had to know. Among its 3 profundities, there was also the law of time's momentary time. He was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him. Behind him, Qin Feiyang also used the space-time step and held the blood-red sword in his hand. This wasn't the slaughter zone. It was the kill formula. But now, the kill character art was also a supreme-level heaven-defying divine art. Its power was many times stronger than before. "I can't accept this." Blood Dragon Realm. The young man in blood-red clothes roared out and a wave of blood-red chi surged out. In an instant, it formed a blood-red barrier that enveloped him. Another forbidden technique? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf raised their eyebrows. The blood-red sword, the supreme profound meanings of the spacetime and the death law hit the barrier at the same time. The barrier only trembled a little. It's indeed a forbidden technique. It's the same as the Black Dragon Realm and the Fire Dragon Realm. This must be a forbidden technique created by the dragons themselves. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. I'd like to see if this forbidden technique is invincible. Qin Feiyang stepped out and activated his 3,000 clones. The world was immediately flooded with terrifying killing intent because all 3,000 clones had activated the kill formula. Kill. Following Qin Feiyang's shout, the 3,000 incarnations raised their blood-colored swords one after another. The sharpness of their swords could destroy heaven and earth as they slashed towards the blood dragon domain. Buzz. At this moment, inside the barrier, the voice transmission stone in the red-clothed youth's hand shone brightly. The image of a green-clothed woman appeared. She was about 1.75 meters tall and wore a light green dress. Her hair was like a waterfall and her face was beautiful. She exuded a youthful aura. Help! The red-clothed youth roared at the green-clothed woman. The green-clothed woman was stunned. It's Qin Feiyang. Come and save me. The red-clothed youth roared again. Qin Feiyang. The green-clothed woman's eyes trembled. Boom. At the same time, the 3,000 clones charged and the Blood Dragon realm immediately distorted. Hang in there. The red-clothed youth roared at the barrier. It seems that there is a limit to the Blood Dragon realm. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He waved the blood-colored sword in his hand and furiously chopped down. As his blood-red long sword approached, the bounded domain was shattered with a cracking sound. The 3,000 incarnations waved their hands at the same time, and the blood-red long swords flew out of their hands. The long swords flew toward the red-clothed young man with billowing sword chi. Go. The voice of the ancient castle sounded. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and ignored the red-clothed youth. They activated the moment of time and rushed toward the ancient castle. It would be best if they could kill him, but there was nothing they could do if they couldn't. The green-clothed woman must have received the red-clothed youth's request and was on her way. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. After all, they had to get rid of the Blood Dragon blade. The 3,000 clones also dissipated. When the white-eyed wolf took Qin Feiyang and activated the moment of time and landed next to the ancient castle immediately swept them and the red-clothed elder into the battlefield of the horsetail whisk and the Blood Dragon blade. Clang! The two sovereign divine weapons attacked the Blood Dragon blade at the same time. Even though the Blood Dragon blade was a sovereign divine weapon, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of the ancient castle and the horsetail whisk. Immediately, the Blood Dragon blade was blown away. Then, the white-eyed wolf opened a space-time transmission channel. The ancient castle and the horsetail whisk took the two of them and the white-eyed wolf into it without looking back. In the blink of an eye, at this moment, with a loud bang, a stone door opened in the sky. 3 figures rushed out at lightning speed. They were the green-clothed woman and the 2 green-clothed elders. When they saw the battle below, their faces darkened. When they saw the space-time transmission channel, a cold light flashed in the green-clothed woman's eyes and she shouted, "Stop them." The 2 green-clothed elders immediately swooped down. The power of laws surged out and blasted toward the space-time transmission channel. With a loud bang, the space-time transmission channel collapsed, but they didn't see Qin Feiyang and the others appear. The 2 elders looked at each other and frowned slightly. They returned to the green-clothed woman and sighed. They have already escaped. Bastard. The green-clothed woman clenched her hands and looked at the Blood Dragon blade. The Blood Dragon blade went straight to where the red-clothed youth was. When it reached the sky, the Blood Dragon blade released a divine power. The murderous intent and sharpness that filled the sky instantly collapsed and dissipated. But at this moment, the red-clothed youth was nowhere to be found. Is he dead? The green-clothed woman and the 2 elders landed beside the Blood Dragon blade and asked in a deep voice. Clang! At this moment, more stone doors appeared one after another. These were all space-time transmission divine artifacts. There were also space-time transmission channels. Needless to say, these people must be the other princes and princesses. They were naturally notified by the green-clothed woman and the other 2 elders. Where is he? Everyone glanced around the battlefield and looked at the green-clothed woman, the other 2 elders, and the Blood Dragon blade. The green-clothed woman looked around and sighed. It seems that other than the Blood Dragon blade, they have all been wiped out. What? The eyes of the group trembled. They were originally here to ambush Qin Feiyang and the others, but they didn't expect to be ambushed by Qin Feiyang. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? He's not dead. Suddenly, the Blood Dragon blade said and a divine power appeared below. Soon, it wrapped up a wisp of blood-red divine soul and returned to him. It was like a strand of hair. It was hard to notice if one didn't look carefully. This was the remaining divine soul of the red-clothed youth. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, his divine soul would have been destroyed. The green-clothed woman heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at the Blood Dragon blade and asked, was this done by Qin Feiyang's divine weapon? No. It was Qin Feiyang. He has the ability to break the Blood Dragon domain. You must be careful when you face him in the future. The blood dragon blade warned. He can break the blood dragon domain. The group of princes and princesses couldn't help but turn pale when they heard this. However, they didn't see the black-clothed woman and the white-clothed youth here. Haha, this is so satisfying. In the depths of a mountain. The white-eyed wolf couldn't stop laughing. He finally vented the anger he suffered at the hands of the dragons. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf and lowered his head. I wonder if the prince is dead. It doesn't matter if he's not dead. Anyway, we've already won this time. The white-eyed wolf waved his paws and turned to look at the red-clothed elder. His eyes suddenly emitted a green light and the corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. The red-clothed elder was considered a big shot, but he couldn't help but feel scared when he saw the white-eyed wolf's eyes. Chapter 3464. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. The white-eyed wolf bared his fangs. Who would believe that? The old man roared in his heart. He could tell that the old man was up to no good. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang eagerly. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood-red clothed old man, his face filled with schadenfreude. Being targeted by an ingrate, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, 2 men and 1 wolf, as well as the horsetail whisk and the castle, appeared in the sky above the Devil's Land. This place. The old man looked around in shock. Was this Qin Feiyang's power? At the same time. Below. Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu flew over and looked at the old man suspiciously. Who was this unlucky kid? The white-eyed wolf walked to the old man and smiled. How do you feel about the Black Tortoise realm? The old man in blood-red clothes remained silent. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I'll just take your power of law. The white-eyed wolf smiled and the green light in his eyes became more intense. It was as if he was staring at a delicious cake. The old man's scalp went numb. What did he mean by taking his power of law? You'll understand soon. The white-eyed wolf looked at the horsetail whisk and shouted, "Hold him down." Boom. The horsetail whisk trembled slightly, and a monstrous power roared out. The red-robed old man was immediately confined in the void. The white-eyed wolf didn't waste any more time. He activated his fighting soul and took the old man's law of cause and effect. Is this his innate superpower that can take the power of law? Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu were also bewildered. They had heard that the white-eyed wolf had such an ability, but it was their first time seeing it with their own eyes. It was unbelievable. Such an innate superpower really existed in the world. What kind of monster was this? Ah, the old man also screamed. His feelings were the most obvious. The power of the nomological laws was being stripped away. It felt as if a large hand was forcibly pulling out the bones in his body one by one. After a while, after successfully extracting the karma law, the ingrate immediately ran back to the castle to fuse with it. After entering the Black Tortoise realm, the ancient castle returned to its original position. The horsetail whisk also withdrew its pressure and sank into Qin Feiyang's body. The old man in the blood-red robe, on the other hand, seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was paralyzed in the void, not moving at all. However, his face was filled with bewilderment. What's going on? Why couldn't he sense the existence of the law of karma? The old man raised his head slowly and looked at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Tell me, what did it do to me?" Obviously. It stripped you of the law of cause and effect. In other words, from this moment on, you will lose the law of karma. This might sound unimaginable, but it's all true. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The old man's eyes trembled, and his face turned pale. Losing the law of cause and effect, what was the difference between that and death? Bastard, go to hell with me. The blood-red clothed old man suddenly roared in anger. His spirit sense surged out, and pounced on Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang was indifferent. Although the old man could kill him with the power of the divine soul, there was not only the horsetail whisk in his body, but also Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu. Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu would not miss this opportunity to show off. As expected. Seeing this, the two of them attacked almost at the same time, slapping at the old man's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness was shattered on the spot. How dare you attack the young master? Pei Daison's eyes flashed with killing intent. He took another step forward and landed in front of the old man. He raised his arm and slapped at the old man's head. No, the old man screamed in horror. However, Pei Daison turned a deaf ear to him. It was rare for him to show off, so he had to do it perfectly. Don't kill him yet. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang said. Pei Daison was slightly stunned. His palm stopped above the old man's head, and his divine power directly tore the old man's scalp. Blood gushed out and gradually dyed the old man's face red, making him look extremely embarrassed. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and gently pushed Pei Daison away. He looked at the old man and said with a smile, "Tell me the details about the dragons, and I'll let you live." "Why do you want to know?" The old man looked at Qin Feiyang, still in shock. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Know yourself and know your enemy. Don't you understand that?" The old man's pupils contracted. He said in disbelief, "Do you really want to fight the dragons to the end? Do you think I'm joking?" Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. It was already a life-or-death situation, and the old man asked such a stupid question. Did the old man really think he was joking? "You're no match for the dragons. The strength of the dragons is not something an ant like you can imagine." The old man laughed. His blood-stained face looked ferocious. "You're courting death," Pei Daison shouted. However, this time, the old man didn't show any fear. He closed his eyes and waited for death. Pei Daison raised his eyebrows and turned to Qin Feiyang. "Young master, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the old man in silence. If this person's cultivation was below the great mastery of the Dominator realm, it would be easy to deal with him. He could just use the slave seal or the puppet technique to forcibly read his memory. However, this person's cultivation was at the peak of the Dominator realm. Forcibly controlling him would definitely backfire. It wasn't easy to capture one of the dragons alive. He wanted to find out more information, but now there was no hope. "I see. I won't ask you about the dragons. Tell me about the other 3 forbidden areas, and I'll let you go." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said to the old man in blood-stained clothes, "Don't even think about it." The old man in blood-stained clothes sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with anger. He had thought that this old man was afraid of death. When he was facing Pei Daison, he didn't pretend to be afraid. However, he didn't expect him to be so stubborn when he asked about the dragons. This was a bit difficult. Because for someone like him, even if he used a blood oath, it would be meaningless. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He looked at Pei Daison and said, "Let's kill it. When the time comes, cut up its body and place it in the various forbidden areas. We will gift it to the fated people of the Black Tortoise world." Pei Daison nodded. Suddenly, he felt a little envious of the people in the Black Tortoise world. Whether it was the crystal veins, the spirit veins, the divine arts, the divine weapons, or the pill recipes, they were all given by Qin Feiyang. For example, this old man in blood-stained clothes. His true form was a blood dragon. He had the cultivation of a perfected sovereign. Any dragon scale, drop of dragon blood, or piece of dragon meat could bring great fortune to the people in the Black Tortoise world. After Pei Daison killed the old man in blood-stained clothes and divided his divine soul, the old man's body immediately turned back into the body of a divine dragon. It was indeed a blood dragon. Immediately after, the brother and sister were about to leave with the blood dragon's body. But suddenly, a figure broke through the air like lightning. Pei Daison and Pei Hongyu were stunned. Someone dared to trespass into the devil's land? Stop! The two of them immediately let out a shout. The person immediately stopped in the void. It turned out to be an old man in green clothes. His face was flushed and he looked very energetic. "Lord Sovereign." The old man in green clothes looked at Pei Daison and Pei Hongyu suspiciously. When he saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of joy appeared on his face. However, when he saw the blood dragon, he was even more excited. Immediately, he hurriedly flew in front of Qin Feiyang and bowed, "Greetings, Lord Sovereign." "You are." Qin Feiyang looked at the old man suspiciously. He had never seen him before. However, There was a smell of wine on the old man's body. The old man in green clothes hurriedly said, "I am Zhao Sai, the person in charge of brewing the Black Tortoise divine wine." The person in charge of brewing the Black Tortoise divine wine? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He knew that someone was in charge of brewing the Black Tortoise divine wine, but he didn't know who it was. Because he didn't care much about these things. After all, he had never been interested in wine. Yes. I really didn't expect to meet the Lord Sovereign in this trip to the Devil's Land. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Zhao Sai looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of admiration. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and asked, "Then did you get the permission of Pai Lupi and the others to come to the Devil's Land?" "No." Zhao Sai shook his head. "You dare to barge in without them?" Pei Dason frowned. "I had no choice. Previously, I contacted Pai Lupi and Theta Wang more than once, but they didn't respond. I had no choice but to enter the Devil's Land without permission. Lord Sovereign, please forgive me. I really didn't mean to." Zhao Sai was terrified. "It's fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked with a smile, "Why are you looking for Pai Lupi and the others?" Recently, we have developed a new divine wine that requires a special material, so I wanted to tell them." Zhao Sai nodded. "A new divine wine?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. We have a hunch that once this divine wine is born, it will definitely be better than the Black Tortoise divine wine." Zhao Sai's face was full of confidence. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. But this special material," at this point, Zhao Sai glanced at the blood dragon, his eyes full of desire. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at the blood dragon and asked suspiciously, "The material you want is a divine dragon?" No. Zhao Sai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's too exaggerated. I only want dragon blood. I thought it would be difficult to find, but I didn't expect there to be ready-made ones. Lord Sovereign, you see." He looked at Qin Feiyang carefully. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Pei Dason and the others, saying, "The 2 of you cooperate with him. If there is anything he needs, try to satisfy him." "Yes." The 2 of them nodded respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Sovereign." Zhao Sai was pleasantly surprised. In the past, he had heard Pai Lupi and Theta Wang say that this Lord Sovereign was friendly and amiable, but he didn't believe it. Now that he saw him, it was indeed so. He was a wise lord. "Where is the base of your wine?" Qin Feiyang asked curiously. Zhao Sai smiled and said, "It's just outside the Devil's Land, not far away. If Lord Sovereign is interested, you can go take a look." "When I'm free, I'll go take a look." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Okay." Zhao Sai nodded. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and asked, "How many people do you have in total?" "Including me, there are a total of 15 people. All of them are famous winemakers in the Black Tortoise world." Zhao Sai said. "So few." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It's not few. After all, not every winemaker is at the level of a master. Our principle is to rather have nothing than to have something substandard. Besides, what we brew is divine wine, not ordinary wine. So we pay more attention to quality than quantity." Zhao Sai chuckled. "Okay, I don't understand anyway. You can do as you see fit. But while brewing wine, you can't neglect your cultivation." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Lord Sovereign, thank you for your concern." Zhao Sai bowed. "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Yes." Zhao Sai respectfully responded, then looked at Pei Dason and Zhao Sai, cupping his hands and saying, "Thank you for your trouble." "No problem, lead the way." Pei Dason waved his hand. Even Qin Feiyang was so humble, they naturally didn't dare to put on airs. Then, the 2 of them took the blood dragon and followed behind Zhao Sai, flying out of the Devil's Land. "It's better than the Black Tortoise divine wine. I'm really looking forward to it." Qin Feiyang murmured, a faint smile creeping on his face. He glanced at the desolate Devil's Land and disappeared into the ancient castle. Chapter 3465. In the blink of an eye. Black Tortoise World. 1,000 years had passed. Outside, a day had already passed. The white-eyed wolf's karma law had long been successfully integrated, and his cultivation had broken through to the greater mastery sovereign realm as he wished. And now, he alone had mastered the supreme mysteries of the 4 strongest laws. To be honest, it was impossible not to be envious. But it was indeed, as the white-eyed wolf often said, this kind of thing could not be envied. Qin Feiyang had long been used to it, silently comprehending the law of force, the law of wind, and the law of war. The next morning. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound came from the divine sound transmission stone. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and took out the divine sound transmission stone. When he looked down, his expression froze. It was actually the sea lion sending him a message. He hurriedly activated the divine sound transmission stone, and the sea lion's phantom immediately appeared, immediately saying, "Brother Qin, the divine sound transmission stone that you gave me suddenly made a sound, someone should be sending you a message." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "I'll be right there." "Okay." The sea lion nodded, and the phantom directly dissipated. Qin Feiyang put away the divine sound transmission stone, got up and walked out of the cultivation room, shouting, "White-eyed wolf, come out and work." However, there was no response. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback, releasing his perception. He was actually not in the castle. He walked out of the castle and scanned the surrounding medicinal fields. Soon, he saw the white-eyed wolf in one of the medicinal fields on the left. He saw the white-eyed wolf lying on a thick tree of fortune, holding a wine jar and eating a fruit of fortune, looking as comfortable as it could be. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. It really knew how to enjoy. Immediately, he took a step and landed below the tree of fortune. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sniffed and smelled an intoxicating wine aroma. This wine aroma was completely different from the black tortoise divine brew. Just by smelling it, he couldn't help but feel lightheaded, as if he was floating between the clouds. Qin Feiyang was astonished. What kind of wine was this? Even he couldn't help but salivate. Suddenly, he looked at the wine jar in the white-eyed wolf's arms. The wine jug wasn't big, it was also made of precious jade. Compared to the black tortoise divine brew's jug, it was much smaller. Huang Xiaolong estimated that it could only hold about 2 jin. The aroma of the wine seemed to be coming from the wine pot. "He's out. Do you want a bite too?" The white-eyed wolf grabbed the wine jug and took a sip. He looked at Qin Feiyang and grinned. "Try it." Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. Was he really going to drink it? It was a little reluctant to leave. "Hurry up," Qin Feiyang urged. "Just 1 bite, not too much." The white-eyed wolf landed in front of Qin Feiyang and carefully handed the wine pot to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The wine jug was indeed very small. He could grab it with 1 hand. He put it at the tip of his nose and smelled it. His eyes lit up. Then he put it at the corner of his mouth and took a sip, savoring the taste. Not only was the wine pure, soft, and smooth, it also contained the essence of a divine dragon. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "Is this the new divine brew that Zhao Sai and the others developed?" "Yes." The white-eyed wolf nodded and said in admiration, "I have to say that these people are really good at making wine. They can actually extract the essence of dragon blood and infuse it into the wine. I heard from Zhao Sai that if a mortal drank a sip of this wine, they would definitely be reborn. Something like that. After all, this is the essence of dragon blood. And it seems to have infused the essence of many herbs. Not to mention mortals, even imperishable realm cultivators can benefit greatly from drinking this wine." Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf snatched the wine jug from Qin Feiyang's hand and chuckled. "You don't like to drink anyway, so don't waste it." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Although he didn't like to drink, there was no need to say that it was a waste. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you know how they make this wine? How is it brewed?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I don't know the process, and I don't care. I just drink it. But I heard that the brewing process is very complicated. Just the water used to make this wine is very difficult to obtain." The white-eyed wolf said. "Is it that exaggerated?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "It's not exaggerated at all. Because the water used to make this wine is collected from morning dew. The white-eyed wolf said. Morning dew. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said, Isn't it just dew? Don't think that it's ordinary dew. This is the morning dew collected from the herbs. And I heard that it can't be collected on the same day. After all, the morning dew has to absorb the essence of the herbs. For example, the morning dew that appeared this morning. They used some special methods to seal the morning dew in the herbs. After the morning dew has absorbed enough essence, it can be collected. It seems that there's something else to do. It's too complicated. I listened for a while and then I was too lazy to listen anymore. In short, Zhao Sai said that it would take at least 10 years to brew a bottle of wine like this. Originally, if it was placed in the crystal veins and spirit veins and nourished for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, the taste would be even better. However, I couldn't resist and got 2 bottles in advance. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. 10 years. Qin Feiyang was extremely shocked. Just a jug of wine would take 10 years. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, In fact, there's only one purpose for telling you this. In the future, when we're outside, don't be so generous. We don't even have enough to drink ourselves. Qin Feiyang was speechless when he heard this. But to be honest, he was a little reluctant to give away such wine. After all, this jug of wine was the result of 10 years of hard work by Zhao Sai and the others. Is the dragon blood enough? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I heard that each jug of wine only uses 10 drops of dragon blood. The dragon blood of that blood dragon is enough for them to brew at least hundreds of thousands of jugs. Let's talk about it later. Such a big dragon, are we afraid that we don't have enough dragon blood? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Ha. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the white-eyed wolf, he asked, You have 2 jugs, right? Yes. The white-eyed wolf nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang warily and said, What do you want? Give me a jug. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. No. The white-eyed wolf shook his head as if guarding against a thief. Hurry up, we still have to go to the heavenly cloud sea later. That little princess of the dragons sent a message to us. It may be that the first prince of the dragons has come out. If it's really the first prince of the dragons, then he must have followers by his side. Maybe you can get another supreme mystery of the strongest law. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The white-eyed wolf quivered and quickly asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. The white-eyed wolf quickly took out another jug of wine and handed it to Qin Feiyang, saying, You prepared this for the little rabbit. This little rabbit is strong and has a terrifying background. It doesn't lack anything. We can only use wine to bribe it. Qin Feiyang nodded and left the black tortoise world with the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 3466. Heavenly Cloud Sea. When Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf arrived above the sea, they found that there was an additional island below. At the edge of the island, rocks were piled up, looking extremely messy. But inside, there were rolling mountains and verdant vegetation, full of vitality. In the center, there was a giant mountain, and on top of the mountain, there was a sea lion. Sensing Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's aura, the sea lion immediately looked up and shouted, Brother Qin, Brother Wolf, I'm here. One man and one wolf looked down at the sea lion, then took a step forward and landed in front of the sea lion. What's going on with this island? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the island and asked suspiciously. The sea lion said, I moved this from afar. From now on, this place will be called Sea Lion Island. The white-eyed wolf nodded and said with a sneaky smile, Even the territory has been settled. You want to be the king of this area. The sea lion laughed. The sea beasts in this area were not strong. Most of them were at or below the imperishable realm. So, with its half-step dominator cultivation, it could indeed be the king of this area. Don't worry. If you need our help in the future, just let us know. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. Okay. The sea lion was overjoyed. With Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf's protection, its future would definitely be limitless. Qin Feiyang asked, Where's the divine sound stone? The sea lion took out the divine sound stone and said, Before you came, it rang for a while. The other party probably has something urgent to talk to you about. Qin Feiyang took the divine sound stone. Buzz. Soon. A shadow appeared. It was the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman raised her eyebrows and said, "What are you doing? I've been talking to you for a long time and you didn't respond." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I'm busy." "You're really a busy man." "But that's true. Yesterday, he almost killed my fourth brother at the entrance of the heavy domain." The silver-haired woman looked at Qin Feiyang meaningfully and asked, "I'm really curious. Even I didn't know that they were lying in ambush at the entrance of the 3 forbidden zones." "How did you know?" "You don't know?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I don't know. Due to certain reasons, they are somewhat repulsed by me. Thus, generally speaking, they will be on guard against me." There was a hint of sadness in the silver-haired woman's eyes. "I think it's because you are too smart," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The silver-haired woman chuckled and said, "You really know how to talk. Even I can't help but feel slightly smug. But then again, how exactly did you find out?" "I guessed," Qin Feiyang said. "You guessed?" The silver-haired woman was stunned. This answer was a bit unexpected. When she learned about this, she also thought that someone had tipped off Qin Feiyang, because this was not a problem that a normal person could think of. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a guess. "You don't believe me?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "I do." The silver-haired woman nodded. If it was Qin Feiyang, it might really be possible. "You came looking for me this time to ask about this matter. If that's the case, then you are wasting my time," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't be anxious. Such a small matter is not worthy of me specially sending a message to you." There was a trace of disdain in the silver-haired woman's eyes. Then, she said, "The person you are looking forward to has already come out of the dragon's nest." "Really?" Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Their eyes flashed. "Yes. He seems to be in the demon palace now. However, according to what I heard, not only does he have a sovereign divine weapon with him, but he also has 4 followers. There is even news that the divine child is with him," the silver-haired woman said in a deep voice. "Divine child?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He seemed to have heard them mention this divine child last time. And this divine child seemed to be very familiar with him. He had wondered if it could be the son of the ice dragon. The woman said, "I heard from this divine child that he is an old friend of yours." Old friend? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and a figure immediately appeared in their minds. It seemed that it was really the Prince of the Dragons. "However, I am not sure whether the divine child has left the dragon's nest and is with my brother. You will have to investigate this matter yourself. Of course, I also believe that even if this divine child is here, he won't be able to stop you from killing him." The silver-haired woman smiled. Qin Feiyang looked at the silver-haired woman and shook his head. "It is not good to be too smart. It is also not good to not be smart," the silver-haired woman said. Qin Feiyang didn't linger on this topic any longer. He asked, 4 followers and a sovereign divine weapon. Then, did your big brother's cultivation change? I am not too sure about this matter. In short, my relationship with my brother is very complicated. Even I can only find out about his background through secret investigations. Do you think we are very sad? We are brother and sister, but we have to be wary of each other. The silver-haired woman laughed self-deprecatingly. I understand. Not to mention you dragons, even if it is just a small family, brothers and sisters can't avoid scheming against each other. However, are you princes and princesses brothers and sisters by blood? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. No. Although we all call each other brother and sister, we are born in different places. I was born in the Silver Dragon clan. My brother was born in the Golden Dragon clan. In other words, we are only siblings in name and have no blood ties, the silver-haired woman said. If that is the case, it is more understandable. Brothers can't avoid scheming against each other, let alone a relationship like yours. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The silver-haired woman smiled. It seems that you have also experienced these things. Of course. Who in this world hasn't experienced the fickleness of human nature and the fickleness of the world? Qin Feiyang shook his head and pondered for a while before asking, one last question. Is there any news about the fire dragon? Yes. I was just about to tell you that it is also with my brother. The silver-haired woman smiled. A piercing cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Since the fire dragon was also there, then this trip to the demonic palace was a must. Don't worry about it, because I will think of a way to help you delay the other princes and princesses. In other words, when you and my brother fight, no one will disturb you. The silver-haired woman's eyes also surged with coldness. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He smiled and said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Good luck." The silver-haired woman waved her fist and smiled at Qin Feiyang, then the figure quickly dissipated. The white-eyed wolf retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "Can she be trusted?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said in a deep voice, "From her eyes, I can see that she wants to kill the first prince, but whether she can be trusted or not, I am not sure. In other words, we have to guard against her." The white-eyed wolf asked. "That is a must. We can't lose our lives after being used by her, but this woman is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We have to be careful in the future," Qin Feiyang said and handed the divine sound transmission stone to the sea lion. He smiled and said, "I will have to trouble you to keep it safe for me." "No problem." The sea lion nodded and put away the divine sound transmission stone. He pondered for a while and asked, "It seems that you are planning something. Is there anything you need help with?" "Thank you for your kindness, but not for the time being." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. The sea lion looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You think that my cultivation is too weak to help, right? Let me tell you, I also have a backer." "I know, your backer is the beast god," the white-eyed wolf said lightly. "Wrong. The beast god is the overlord of the entire sky cloud realm, but under the command of the beast god, there are 8 beast emperors. The emperor of my sea lion clan is one of the 8 beast emperors." The sea lion looked at the white-eyed wolf proudly. Qin Feiyang heard this and asked, "Are you talking about the sea lion emperor?" "You know?" The sea lion looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "I have heard of him." Qin Feiyang nodded. As early as when he entered the sky cloud realm, he had already heard of the name of the sea lion emperor. It's just that at the beginning, he knew that the sea lion emperor was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. But now, with his understanding of the sky cloud realm and the sky cloud sea, he had a rough guess in his heart. Whether it was the sea lion emperor or the other 7 beast emperors, they should all be at the level of Pei Tianhong. The white-eyed wolf suddenly asked, "Is that little rabbit also one of the 8 beast emperors?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned slightly. "Yes. Originally, they thought that the little rabbit might be the beast god, but not long ago on Heavenly Cloud Island, the little rabbit had personally said that it wasn't the beast god. Then its identity in Heavenly Cloud Sea should be one of the 8 beast emperors." Uncle Rabbit, hearing this, the sea lion pondered for a while and shook its head. "Uncle Rabbit is not one of the 8 beast emperors." "What?" "No." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. If it wasn't the beast god or one of the 8 beast emperors, then what was its identity? Uncle Rabbit's identity is very mysterious. I'm afraid that except for the beast god and the 8 beast emperors, no one in the sky cloud realm knows. And there is one thing that is very strange. Uncle Rabbit has never gone to other places and has always stayed on Sky Cloud Island. The sea lion shook its head. "I'll go." "Is it so mysterious?" The white-eyed wolf swallowed his saliva. "It seems that this little rabbit is a big shot that can't be provoked. No wonder even the ice dragon can be restrained. However, one thing is certain, the little rabbit has been staying on Sky Cloud Island to guard the space-time transmission channel to the lower realm." "Wait, guard? Could it be that it is the guardian of the Sky Cloud realm?" "But that's not right. The little rabbit's position has always been on the side of the Sky Cloud Sea. If it is really the guardian of the Sky Cloud realm, then it shouldn't have such a position. Because as a guardian, it is guarding the order of the entire continent, not just the Sky Cloud Sea. Perhaps its duty is simply to guard the space-time transmission channel. I don't understand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and stopped looking for trouble. He looked at the sea lion and smiled. According to what you said, can the sea lion emperor help us? If you want the sea lion emperor to help you, then it depends on whether your face is big enough. The sea lion smiled. Chapter 3467. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. How could things be as simple as the sea lion thought? Even the little rabbit had to listen to the beast god and was not allowed to intervene in the affairs of the various continents, let alone the sea lion emperor. The sea lion emperor, as one of the 8 beast emperors under the beast god, naturally had to abide by this rule. So, it was impossible for the sea lion emperor to help them. Of course. It was no wonder that the sea lion thought so. After all, its cultivation was too weak. Its status in the heavenly clouds sea was equivalent to an ordinary person in a kingdom. Therefore, it could only come into contact with a few things. In its opinion, since Qin Feiyang and the others had such a good relationship with the little rabbit, then the sea lion emperor would definitely help Qin Feiyang and the others for the sake of the little rabbit. It could also be considered a good intention, but then again, after coming to the heavenly clouds sea so many times, he had never seen the 8 beast emperors. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at the sea lion and asked, "Brother, where does the sea lion emperor live?" "Lion King Island. If you want to go, I can lead the way for you." There seemed to be a trace of yearning in the sea lion's eyes. The white-eyed wolf said strangely, "Look at your eyes, you haven't been to Lion King Island either." Cough cough. The sea lion coughed dryly, looking quite embarrassed. "You brat, you are a bit treacherous. You obviously want to follow us to Lion King Island to take a look, but you still say that you will lead the way for us? It's as if you are very familiar with the sea lion emperor." The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. "Brother wolf, haven't you heard of the saying, 'Life is hard, don't expose it'?" The sea lion said angrily. "Who are you calling cheap? Are you asking for a beating?" The white-eyed wolf waved its claws, looking unfriendly. "Heh heh." The sea lion grinned and said, "I really want to go to Lion King Island to take a look. You may not know, but the cultivation grounds of the 8 beast emperors are all holy lands in our eyes." "Holy land?" The white-eyed wolf was taken aback and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" The sea lion whispered, "I heard that Lion King Island is not only rich in resources but also time array. How can we not envy?" "I see." The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization and said disdainfully, "Isn't it just a time array? It's nothing." "Ah!" The sea lion looked at the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. A time array was just a small matter. His tone was even more arrogant than athlete's foot. "Are you looking down on me?" The white-eyed wolf raised its eyebrows and immediately began to form seals with its 2 claws. With the emergence of the law of time, a pentagram appeared in an instant, exuding an obscure aura. "This is..." The sea lion was bewildered. The white-eyed wolf smiled smugly. It waved its paw again, and the 5-point star shone brightly, enveloping the sea lion island beneath it. Several breaths of time passed. The pentagram fused with Sea Lion Island. "You also control the laws of time?" The sea lion was bewildered. "Of course." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and said generously, "I'll give you this time array. Although it may not be as good as the time array of Lion King Island, it's still 500 years in a day." The sea lion was ecstatic. It nodded and bowed, "Thank you, brother wolf. From now on, you are my brother. If you want me to face east, I will definitely not face west." "Good boy." The white-eyed wolf rubbed the sea lion's head like a human, and the sea lion also seemed very docile. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Why did it feel like a scene of an old father doting on his son? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea lion and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll help you to the end. We will also turn Sea Lion Island into a holy land for cultivation for you." Thank you, thank you." The sea lion was overjoyed. He didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a horsetail whisk appeared and he said with a smile, "Help me refine Sea Lion Island." The horsetail whisk immediately released a divine power that poured into the island below. Following closely, Qin Feiyang took out 2 more spirit veins and crystal veins from the Devil's Land. Now, the spirit veins and crystal veins in the Devil's Land had almost reached the level of 9th order divine rank. 2 of the same, a total of 4. 4 of them were enough to change this island. After doing all this, Qin Feiyang sent the horsetail whisk to his sea of qi and looked at the sea lion with a smile. This island has been refined by the horsetail whisk. Unless it's a sovereign divine weapon, no one can destroy it. I'm so grateful, really. The sea lion was so excited that it was a little incoherent. The time array, the refinement of a sovereign divine weapon, and 4 9th order divine rank spirit veins and crystal veins. Although this island wasn't big, it could already be called a holy land. It was more than enough for it to cultivate here alone. You helped us, so we definitely can't treat you unfairly. However, you still have to rely on yourself for the road of growth in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The sea lion nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then give us the coordinates of Lion King Island. Let's go visit the Sea Lion Emperor. Okay. The sea lion immediately gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Lion King Island. Located in the eastern part of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, which was the side close to the eastern continent. Therefore, it was still quite far from the Sea Lion Island. Because the Sea Lion Island was in the western part of the Heavenly Cloud Sea, which was close to the western continent. However, for the white-eyed wolf who had mastered the laws of space and time, distance was not a problem. And the Lion King Island was very big, probably comparable to half of the Great Qin. From afar, it looked like a continent floating on the sea. On the island, high mountains and steep ridges, verdant vegetation, abundant essence energy, and traces of sea beasts could be seen everywhere. However, there were no signs of slaughter here. Everyone was staying together peacefully, making the island appear extremely peaceful and peaceful. Swish. Suddenly, above the island, a space-time crack appeared. The sea beasts on the island below sensed the aura of the space-time crack and couldn't help but raise their heads to look, their eyes filled with doubt. Soon, a man and a wolf walked out of the space-time crack. The sea beasts on the island were stunned for a moment before retracting their gazes and ignoring them. It was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. What do you mean? Do you think we are air? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the sea beasts below with a look of astonishment. They must have recognized us. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It seemed that the entire Heavenly Cloud Sea already knew of their existence. Moreover, the sea beasts in the Heavenly Cloud Sea had no hostility towards them. They also knew that they would not mess around in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Come down. Suddenly, a voice full of vigor and incomparable majesty sounded from a giant mountain below. The giant mountain was located in the center of the Lion King Island. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and flew towards the giant mountain. They saw a statue of a sea lion standing on the top of the mountain. It was about 100 meters high and had both divinity and divinity. It stood on the top of the mountain like an overlord, overlooking the sea. Putting aside its temperament, it looked no different from other sea lions from the outside. However, there was an ice crystal-like jade horn on the head of this sea lion. Below, the majestic voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a large cave halfway up the mountain. The voice came from inside. One man and one wolf turned into a stream of light and landed outside the cave, looking inside. Inside was a spacious cave. The ground was covered with a layer of water-colored stones. If one didn't look carefully, it looked like water flowing on the ground. There were also many shells and other decorations inlaid on the walls. As a whole, it looked like a water moon cave. It was very beautiful. On the side of the cave, there was a clear spring that was constantly gushing out. There was a row of stones piled up next to it, forming a pool of about 5 or 6 meters in size. And in the pool, there was a 1-meter-long sea lion lying on its stomach. The hair on its body was soaked in the water and was as soft as silk. Its eyes were sky blue, like the blue sky. On its head, there was a jade horn that looked like an ice crystal. Come in. The Sea Lion Emperor raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, One man and one wolf walked into the cave. Sit down first. The Sea Lion Emperor pointed to the center of the cave. There was a tea table made of seashells and 4 chairs made of polished seashells. Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf walked over and sat on the chairs, looking around curiously. Although there were no gorgeous pearls, agate, or jade, the colorful shells were also pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, the Sea Lion Emperor walked out of the pool and turned into a handsome young man. The jade horn on his head also disappeared, but a shining jade horn mark appeared between his eyebrows, looking like a delicate crescent moon. The Sea Lion Emperor walked to the tea table and sat opposite Qin Fei Yang. He showed a gentle and polite smile and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." As he turned into his human form, his voice became soft, elegant, and outstanding. "No, no. It's us 2 juniors who came rashly and disturbed seniors' meditation. Please forgive us." Qin Fei Yang quickly waved his hand. The Sea Lion Emperor sized up Qin Fei Yang. His first impression of Qin Fei Yang was very good. He immediately took out a jug of wine and 3 wine cups. The wine cups were made of seashells and were as big as a baby's fist. While pouring the wine, the Sea Lion Emperor smiled and said, "Qin Fei Yang's name is like thunder in the sky cloud boundary. In front of senior, it's all just playing house." Qin Fei Yang shook his head. The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head and laughed. He returned the wine cup to Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "Try it. Although it's not a divine brew and can't be compared to your black tortoise divine brew, but if you taste it carefully, you will be able to taste another flavor." "You know about the black tortoise divine brew?" Qin Fei Yang was surprised. "Yes. Some time ago, I went to Uncle Rabbit's place to play for a few days. He kept showing off to me." The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head and smiled. "This is his character." Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly, picked up the wine cup, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. He then tasted it. The taste was really unique, it seemed to have the smell of the sea. "It's too bad." The white-eyed wolf was quite impolite. He shook his head after taking a sip. First, it was the black tortoise divine brew, and now there was a wine better than the black tortoise divine brew. His mouth has long been picky. Half of the best wines simply couldn't enter his eyes. Hearing this, the Sea Lion Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "It's a lot worse than the divine brew, but for ordinary people, this wine is almost the same. After all, not everyone can drink the divine brew." Chapter 3468. When Qin Fei Yang heard this, he looked at the white-eyed wolf, and the white-eyed wolf also looked at Qin Fei Yang. A smile flashed in the eyes of one man and one wolf. It seems that this Sea Lion Emperor is also a wine lover. In that case, why not cater to his taste? Stabilize the relationship. Their relationship with the little rabbit is already very stable. If they have a good relationship with the 8 beast emperors, then the heavenly cloud sea will be their shelter in the future. If they can't beat the dragons, they can hide in the heavenly cloud sea. What can the dragons do to them? Why did you come to Lion King Island to find me? If it's about the dragons, then don't speak, because I really can't do anything about it. Sea Lion Emperor took a sip of wine and looked at the man and the wolf with a smile. "No, no. This time, we came here with no purpose, purely to visit Senior. After all, the heavenly cloud sea has helped us a lot over the years. This kindness can't be forgotten." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and said. Sea Lion Emperor said, "The one who helped you seems to be Uncle Rabbit. Isn't it the same? Whether it's Big Brother or Senior, they are all members of the Heavenly Cloud Sea. Besides, the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Sea are helping them, so they must have the acquiescence of the 8 beast emperors." Qin Fei Yang smiled slightly. Sea Lion Emperor was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "I have long heard that Qin Fei Yang is a smart person who knows how to repay kindness. Now that I see you, you really live up to your reputation. Senior, you flatter me." Qin Fei Yang blushed with shame as he shook his head. After pondering for a while, he said, "However, Junior has suddenly thought of a question. If it's possible, I hope that Senior can help Junior answer it." "Say it." Sea Lion Emperor smiled. Qin Fei Yang asked suspiciously, "Why are you helping me?" Sea Lion Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head in confusion. This is the meaning of the beast god, we don't understand. But there must be a reason. First of all, this junior is from the lower realms, and has nothing to do with the heavenly cloud sea. Secondly, I can't give the heavenly cloud sea anything. On the contrary, I'll only bring trouble to the heavenly cloud sea. Senior beast god's way of doing things is beyond this junior's comprehension. If I have to guess, please forgive me for being suspicious. Could this be? When Qin Feiyang said this, he felt a little embarrassed to continue. The Sea Lion Emperor put down his glass and looked at Qin Feiyang in silence. The atmosphere seemed to have changed, but he suddenly smiled and asked, "Are you trying to say that the beast god has other motives?" "Senior, please forgive me. This junior is truly unwilling to think that way. However, since young, this junior has experienced too many schemes and machinations. Thus, there are times when this junior cannot help but think in this direction. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed apologetically. "Don't worry. Everyone climbed up step by step from the lowest level. Your doubts are understandable. Moreover, I also appreciate your straightforwardness. Unlike other humans who say one thing on the surface and another in secret. However, I really can't give you an accurate answer because I really don't know about this matter. I guess Uncle Rabbit should know. If you really want to know the truth, you can find a way to pry open his mouth." The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and then returned to the chair and sighed. "You should also be clear about Big Brother's temper. If he doesn't want to say something, it's useless even if you put a knife on his neck. Besides, no one in the heavenly cloud realm has the ability to put a knife on his neck." The Sea Lion Emperor couldn't help but laugh and nodded. "This is true. Uncle Rabbit's strength is far beyond us 8 beast emperors." "Beyond you?" The white-eyed wolf was surprised. "Yes. Although we didn't hand it over, we always feel a great sense of oppression when we get along with it. As for its specific strength, we don't know." The Sea Lion Emperor shook his head. "This is too mysterious," the white-eyed wolf murmured. The more he inquired, the more shocked he was. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled and said, "Now the dragons are chasing you everywhere. Why don't you stay on Lion King Island? Relatively speaking, it's safer than outside." "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely come to Lion King Island." Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. Qin Feiyang's meaning was already very obvious, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the dragons. In that case, he naturally wouldn't force him. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked expectantly at the Sea Lion Emperor and said, "Senior, can you tell us a little bit about the situation of the dragon race and the other 3 forbidden lands?" "No. Don't blame me, this is what Uncle Rabbit told me." "Uncle Rabbit, you can't afford to offend him, and I can't afford to offend him either." The Sea Lion Emperor laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This little rabbit really gave people a headache. In fact, he came to find the Sea Lion Emperor, on one hand, to get to know this powerful existence, and on the other hand, he wanted to inquire about the situation of the dragons and the 3 forbidden areas. He came full of expectations, but the result was nothing. No. It's not that he gained nothing, at least he got to know the Sea Lion Emperor and saw the other party's goodwill. With that thought in mind, Qin Feiyang took out the pot of divine wine and handed it to the Sea Lion Emperor. "This is..." The Sea Lion Emperor was slightly taken aback and looked at the wine pot suspiciously. "Black tortoise divine wine?" "No. If it's black tortoise divine wine, just this pot, how can it be enough to represent Junior's sincerity? This is Junior's subordinate, a newly developed divine wine. I heard that it's better than black tortoise divine wine, so Senior, please help me appraise it and see if it's true." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Better than black tortoise divine wine?" There was a trace of surprise in the Sea Lion Emperor's eyes, and he laughed. "Then I really want to try." After saying that, he took the wine pot and pulled out the cork. A dragon shadow rushed out immediately, and the intoxicating wine fragrance suddenly filled the cave. This fragrance, the Sea Lion Emperor was stunned. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang winked at the white-eyed wolf, and the man and the wolf got up and left silently. Sky Cloud Island. There was no place more peaceful than here. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf landed on the top of the mountain and scanned the surroundings, but they didn't find any trace of the little rabbit. Wait for me, I'll go find Jiao Sai and get another pot of divine wine. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and said before entering the black tortoise world. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the top of the mountain, walked to the edge of the cliff, and looked down. The mountains were undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. It looked calm and ordinary, but in the eyes of the white-eyed wolf, there seemed to be a sense of mystery. The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned slightly, and like a bolt of lightning, it disappeared into the mountains below. Not long later, Qin Feiyang grabbed a wine pot and appeared from the black tortoise world. Looking around, he was slightly stunned. Where is this wolf cub? Didn't they agree to let it wait here? Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Swish. Not long later, the white-eyed wolf rushed up from the mountains below. Where did it go? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't ask, follow me. After the white-eyed wolf said, it turned around and flew down. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and hurriedly followed. Soon, a man and a wolf arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a dense forest, and the ground was piled with thick piles of dead branches and leaves, emitting a damp and rotten smell. Look! The white-eyed wolf stood at the foot of the mountain, pointing at the cliff of the giant peak. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that there was a cave entrance on the cliff that was more than 10 meters above the ground. The cave entrance was about 2 meters wide and 3 meters high, and it was pitch black inside. Where is this? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I don't know. The white-eyed wolf shook its head, pondered for a while, and whispered, but I guess this should be the little rabbit's cave residence. Maybe the little lunatic and the others are inside. Didn't you go in and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. No. I was afraid of being discovered by the little rabbit. The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, and curiously looked at the cave entrance. This should also be a cave residence. Could such a place accommodate thousands of people? Could it be that there was another universe inside? Do you want to go in and take a look? The white-eyed wolf asked. Let's go. Qin Feiyang nodded. The little rabbit never let them run around on the island, so it must be hiding some secrets. However, when a man and a wolf flew to the entrance of the cave and were about to enter, the little rabbit suddenly came out of the dark cave residence and stood in front of the cave entrance. Big brother, Uncle Rabbit, the man and the wolf suddenly felt guilty. What do you want to do? The little rabbit raised its eyebrows and looked at them playfully. Nothing, nothing. Seeing that you are not here, we have nothing to do, so we walk around and enjoy the scenery of Sky Cloud Island. The white-eyed wolf waved its paws and laughed dryly. Is that so? The teasing in the little rabbit's eyes became even stronger. The white-eyed wolf's eyes rolled around, and suddenly saw the wine jug in Qin Feiyang's hand. Then, he kicked Qin Feiyang hard and scolded, Didn't you want Big Brother's wine? What are you waiting for? Yes, yes, yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and brought the wine jug in front of the little rabbit. The little rabbit looked at the wine jug and was slightly stunned. The ingrate leaned forward and chuckled. Big brother, this is a new divine brew that we've developed. We've just brewed it, and we've brought it over for you to try. Look at how much we're showing you respect. A newly developed divine wine? The little rabbit was stunned. Looking at the wine jug, he glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said, Don't fool Uncle Rabbit. How would I dare? Try it and you'll know. The white-eyed wolf said. The little rabbit took the wine jug skeptically and pulled out the cork. The fragrance of the wine immediately surged out. It's really different from the black tortoise divine wine. The little rabbit's eyes lit up and immediately took a small sip. His entire body was instantly immersed in the sea of wine. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf rushed towards the cave residence with a swoosh. However, just as it was about to enter the cave, the little rabbit suddenly raised its claws and grabbed the white-eyed wolf, throwing it into the clouds. Chapter 3469. Qin Feiyang looked at the little rabbit in astonishment. This guy's reaction was too fast. He hurriedly looked up at the sky. Where was the white-eyed wolf thrown to? Little trash, you actually dare to play tricks in front of Uncle Rabbit. The little rabbit smiled disdainfully and glanced at Qin Feiyang. Big brother, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly distanced himself from this. The little rabbit pouted and looked at the wine jug in his hand. He frowned and said, "There's dragon blood in this wine? Big brother is indeed worthy of being a wine immortal." Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. Hearing this, the little rabbit couldn't help but roll his eyes. This flattering skill was too bad. As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could taste the essence of dragon blood in it. "You hunted a divine dragon?" the little rabbit asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You're starting to counterattack so quickly. However, the grudge between you and the dragons can't be resolved." The little rabbit sighed. "I never thought of reconciling with them." Qin Feiyang sneered. "It's good to have such spirit, but you have to act according to your ability. In short, before you have enough confidence, I suggest you confront the dragons head-on." The little rabbit said. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's good that you know." The little rabbit smiled and then bared his teeth. "How much of this wine is left? Is it really something you guys researched? This is more precious than the black tortoise divine wine." "Of course it's something we researched. Didn't I tell you last time that I have people who specialize in brewing divine wine? However, there really isn't much of this divine wine now. Because just this jug of wine will take 10 years to brew." Qin Feiyang explained. Counting from the moment Zhao Sai asked him for dragon blood, it took 10 years to brew a jug, and 1,000 years had passed in the black tortoise world. In other words, there were at most 100 jugs. Only this much can be brewed in 10 years. The little rabbit was stunned. "What do you think?" Qin Feiyang felt helpless. "All right. This wine can definitely be called a top-quality divine wine. All the wine I've drunk in my life can fill the entire heavenly cloud ocean, but this is the first time I've drunk such a good divine wine. To be able to research such a divine brew, your subordinates are quite powerful." The little rabbit sighed with emotion, looking at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of envy. "Fill the heavenly cloud ocean? Isn't this a little exaggerated?" Qin Feiyang's lips twitched. The heavenly cloud sea was incomparably vast. Even the 4 continents added together couldn't compare to it. Just how much wine would it take to fill it up? "Little brother, we're brothers, right?" Suddenly, the little rabbit's eyes flashed as she stared at Qin Feiyang and asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, "Why?" The little rabbit said with a sinister smile, "Since we are brothers, then your people are also my people. Lend me your winemakers for a few days. Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang didn't even think about it and directly refused. What a joke. Was the divine brew important? No. Talents were the most important. Only a talented person could brew a divine brew. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures there were, it was useless. Besides, with the little rabbit's personality, borrowing it for a few days? Then it was guaranteed that it would be borrowed and not returned. The little rabbit's face darkened and said angrily, "Do you still treat me as a big brother?" "Of course. But that's that, right? I can give you the wine, but the people never think about it. Besides, as a big brother, you have the nerve to come here and poach my people." Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of contempt. Hearing this, the little rabbit looked embarrassed and said angrily, "Who said I was poaching? I'm just borrowing it, understand? Yes, yes, yes. Borrow, borrow, borrow and it'll be gone, I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. The little rabbit's mouth twitched and snorted coldly, "I've never seen such a stingy person like you. It's useless no matter what you say, I'm not lending it." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Fine, fine, fine." The little rabbit waved its paws, inwardly furious. "Then this wine. Right, what's the name of this wine? Give me some more, how can this little be enough to drink? This wine doesn't have a name yet. As for giving it to you, there's really no way now. When I went to get the wine just now, there's only this one jar in stock. Save it, wait for a while, when there's more in stock, I'll send it to you." Qin Feiyang smiled. In fact, There were dozens of jars in stock, but things that were too easy to obtain did not seem so precious. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment crept up the little rabbit's eyes, nodding, "All right, there's still Black Tortoise Divine Brew anyway, I'll make do with it." Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly, smiling bitterly. "Black Tortoise Divine Brew is also a divine brew, okay? Making do with it, you really dare to say that? You know nothing about wine, you don't know that although this wine and the Black Tortoise Divine Brew are both divine brews, they're not on the same level. Let me tell you, this wine can be said to be unique in the entire sky cloud boundary." The little rabbit said. "It's that amazing?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "You think Uncle Rabbit is joking with you? For those who love wine, not to mention a jar, even a small cup is enough to make them go crazy. Forget it, you don't understand, it's useless to tell you. But the name of this wine, since it's the only one in the world, it should be given a more awesome name." Saying so, the little rabbit lowered its head and pondered. Qin Feiyang was speechless. "According to what you're saying, just call it the #1 divine brew. Isn't it just a name? What's there to care about? What's important is the connotation, not the appearance." "#1 divine brew?" The little rabbit was stunned, disdainfully saying, "Can you think of a more tacky name? How uncultured. How about this, call it the unparalleled divine brew, unparalleled in the world." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Unparalleled divine brew? Isn't that tacky? Why does it feel even tackier than the name of the #1 divine brew?" The little rabbit didn't think so at all, it even touched its chin narcissistically and chuckled. "Uncle Rabbit is really smart, to make such a happy decision, unparalleled divine brew. As long as you're happy." Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. The little rabbit grinned. "Kid, tell your people to hurry up and brew, try to brew a few thousand jars a month." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "A few thousand jars a month? Is it crazy? Didn't I tell it that it can only brew 1 jar every 10 years? Doesn't your Black Tortoise world have a time array? 1 day is 1,000 years, 10 days is 10,000 years, 30 days is 30,000 years. And 1 jar only takes 10 years, 30,000 years, as long as they don't slack off, it's more than enough." The little rabbit waved its paw and said, "You really think of them as wine brewing machines, others also have to cultivate, okay?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Speaking until here, his eyes rolled, and he said, "Why don't you go to the Black Tortoise world and help set up a time array that lasts 5,000 years a day? This way, they can brew more unparalleled divine brew and have time to cultivate, not delaying both. After all this time, you're planning this, kid." The little rabbit glanced at Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Absolutely not, I just thought of it." "Tch." The little rabbit disdainfully shook its head and said, "It's impossible to set up a time array, but if you make Uncle Rabbit happy, there might be a surprise one day." "What surprise?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "If I say it now, can it be called a surprise? Besides, Uncle Rabbit is very unhappy now." The little rabbit snorted. All right, I'll get them to work overtime to brew the divine brew for you." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. Why did it feel like he was coaxing a child? "That's more like it. All right, hurry up and scram. In the future, other than delivering wine, don't come here blindly." The little rabbit waved its paw impatiently. "Damn, heartless." Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. With a stomach full of displeasure, he soared into the air and stood above the island, sweeping his gaze around. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf was like a drowned rat, flying over in a sorry state with an aggressive aura. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and grabbed the white-eyed wolf, saying, forget it, don't bother with it. Let's go to the eastern continent. Damn it, if it weren't for giving you face, I guarantee that I'll tear down this sky cloud island." The white-eyed wolf cursed fiercely. "Why don't you try tearing it down?" The little rabbit flew over. No, you heard wrong." The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly and immediately opened a space-time transmission channel. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Just as Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf turned around and were about to enter the space-time transmission channel, the little rabbit suddenly asked, "Boy, did you throw away that golden badge?" "Golden badge?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The white-eyed wolf's eyes also had a trace of suspicion. The little rabbit said, "It's the badge you showed me when you first came to the Sky Cloud realm. I also told you that it's a hot potato, so you should throw it away as soon as possible." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, patted his head, and immediately searched in the universe ring. After a while, a golden badge the size of a baby's fist appeared. It was overflowing with light, and there was a divine dragon engraved on it. "You didn't throw it away." The little rabbit smiled meaningfully. Qin Feiyang said, "I felt that this badge was very important, so I didn't throw it away." The little rabbit's eyes flashed, saying, "Since you can't bear to throw it away, then keep it well. It will be useful in the future." "Useful?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "You will understand in the future." The little rabbit smiled mysteriously, waved its paw, and ordered him to leave. Qin Feiyang frowned, took the badge, turned around, and entered the spacetime transmission channel with the white-eyed wolf. "Ice Dragon, this guy, didn't take back this badge? What does it want to do?" After Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf left, the little rabbit frowned and muttered to itself. It seemed that this matter was a bit beyond imagination. Qin Feiyang, this kid, besides the power of the purple gold dragon blood, what other secrets did he have? Otherwise, why didn't Ice Dragon do it himself? Chapter 3470. Cloud Sea City, outside the city. There were layers upon layers of mountains and dense vegetation. In a certain dense forest, a man and a wolf walked out of a spatial rift. Not far away, there happened to be two humans and a few fierce beasts fighting. But when they saw the man and the wolf, regardless of whether it was the two humans or the fierce beasts, they all stopped and looked at the man and the wolf with reverence in their eyes. Yes, the man and the wolf were Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were slightly stunned when they saw the two humans and the fierce beasts, and then they chuckled and said, "Continue." After that, the man and the wolf were about to turn around and leave. "Brother Qin, wait." Suddenly, the two humans spoke. They were two middle-aged men in ordinary clothes. They were in a sorry state as they fought with a few fierce beasts. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and turned to look at them suspiciously. The fierce beasts glanced at each other, turned around, and fled. Obviously, they were afraid of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "I really didn't expect to meet Brother Qin here. The last time I saw Brother Qin was when we killed the 10th elder of the Independent Cultivator Alliance." The two middle-aged men didn't chase after the fierce beasts. They ran to Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf with fawning smiles on their faces. "It's been a long time since I came to Cloud Sea City." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Actually, they had been to Cloud Sea City when they just came out of the Shadow Demon Land, but they had changed their appearances so that no one knew. "Brother Qin, where are you going?" one of the middle-aged men asked. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I'm just taking a stroll." "What's the matter? Taking a stroll?" The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the ingrate, and sighed, "You two are indeed very daring. Even in this kind of situation, you still dare to run around blindly. What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The two looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. Then, one of them smiled and said, "Our meeting is fate. If Brother Qin is willing to give us some benefits, we can tell you some important news." "Important news?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. White-eyed wolf said impatiently, "If you have something to say, just say it. If it's really important, we won't mistreat you. It must be very important to you. Besides, we don't dare to speak carelessly before you all." Their expressions were extremely serious, and they didn't seem to be joking. Qin Feiyang sized up the two of them and smiled faintly. "How about this? I'll use 2 heaven-defying legendary artifacts to buy your information." "Brother Qin, you're not joking, right? You want to buy this information with 2 heaven-defying legendary artifacts? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" The two of them looked displeased. "Pushing my luck." White-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang stopped White-eyed wolf and looked at the two of them with a smile. "Then tell me, what do you want?" 2 heaven-defying supreme-level artifacts. 2 heaven-defying supreme-level techniques and 2 heaven-defying supreme-level support techniques. The two of them thought for a moment and said, "Damn. You still dare to speak." White-Eyed Wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you know that we have a kind of control secret technique that can forcibly read other people's memories?" The two of them narrowed their eyes and instinctively felt the threat of death. They hurriedly said, "Lord Wolf, please calm down. Our information is definitely worth the money. Tell me what it is first." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "No. What if you don't admit it after I tell you?" The two of them shook their heads. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If it's really worth it, I'll definitely give it to you." The two of them were hesitant. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them, then looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said with a smile, "Let's go." He really didn't believe that there was any information that was worth 6 heaven-defying supreme-level divine objects. "Don't go." Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf. "Don't push your luck." White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flickered with a cold light. "No, no." The two of them hurriedly waved their hands. Gritting their teeth, they looked at the two of them and said, "Fine, fine, fine. We'll tell you first. How much is it worth?" One man and one wolf looked at the two of them in silence, waiting for the two of them to speak. "The Demon Palace is now looking for you." The two of them looked around and whispered when they saw that there was no one around. "Looking for us?" Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were stunned. "That's right." One of them nodded and said in a deep voice, and they didn't announce this to the public. They did it secretly, so very few people know about it now. "In other words, they are secretly looking for us?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." The two of them nodded. "Since they didn't announce it to the public, how did you know?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them curiously. "Of course, it's because we have special channels." The two of them chuckled. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, "Then do you know why the Demon Palace is looking for us?" "We don't know about that. In short, the enforcers of the Demon Palace are now searching for you." "How is it? This information is worth a lot, right?" The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang with anticipation. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other and smiled. They shook their heads and said, "For you to be able to obtain such insider information, you are indeed quite capable. However, you don't know why the Demon Palace is looking for us, but we know. So, do you think this information is still valuable?" "Ah!" The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Could it be that this person already knew about it? Actually, Qin Feiyang didn't know about it, but he wasn't too surprised when he learned about it. Because the dragon's first prince had arrived at the Demon Palace, he would definitely think of ways to find him. As for the dragon's first prince, he only brought the fire dragon and 4 followers out. Why would they look for him with just these few people? Therefore, the dragon's first prince could only ask the Demon Palace to help search for him. Facing the dragons, the Demon Palace naturally didn't dare to resist. Therefore, this was to be expected. Although it's not worth much, I still have to thank you for your kind intentions. Consider this a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind." Qin Feiyang smiled and took out 300 pills. There were 100 Life Divine pills, 100 Sky Sun Divine pills, and 100 Origin Sea Divine pills. Each pill had 7 dragon-shaped core energies. One could say that this was a huge fortune. Because the pills on the market had at most 2 or 3 dragon-shaped core energies. For example, these 2 middle-aged men were only at the Great Perfection Imperishable realm. They had probably never seen a pill with 7 dragon-shaped core energies in their entire lives. The two of them looked at the 300 pills in a daze. "Thank you again." Qin Feiyang smiled and left with White-Eyed Wolf. "Fuck. Are you trying to get rid of beggars?" Once Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf left, one of them was instantly filled with rage. The other chuckled, "Be content, brother. These are pills with 7 dragon-shaped core energies. Every single one of them is priceless." "That's true, but can it compare to an Exalt-grade divine artifact and god technique?" "No. We can't let them get away with it." That person grunted coldly and flashed towards the city. Where are you going? Don't be rash and come back. Qin Feiyang isn't someone you can afford to offend. Why don't we stop while we're ahead? That person turned a deaf ear to his companion's shouts and obstructions. Fine. You can't blame anyone for courting death. If you don't want it, then I do. The other person snorted coldly. Then, he put away the 300 medicinal pills and turned around to enter the forest, disappearing without a trace. Right after the two of them left, Qin Feiyang and the ingrate who had already left walked out from the shadows. That person is really greedy. 300 pills aren't enough. White-eyed Wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Divine Life Pill, Heavenly Sun Spirit Pill, Primal Sea Spirit Pill, these 3 kinds of pills, needless to say, everyone knew that they were all used to save lives. Especially the Divine Sun Pill and Essence Sea Pill. One was used to repair the Sea of Consciousness, while the other was used to repair the Sea of Qi. The most important thing was the 7 dragon-shaped core energies. Even the core disciples of the various superpowers couldn't get their hands on pills of this level. In short, only the super powerhouses of the various superpowers were qualified to enjoy such pills. It could be said that any one of them could be auctioned for a sky-high price. But that person was different. After giving him so many pills, he still wasn't satisfied. Because even if the two of them split the pills, they could still get 150 pills. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This famous saying made sense. Should we kill him? White-eyed Wolf asked. No need. This is what I want. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Huh? White-eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. What did this mean? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there has to be some friction between us and the Demon Palace. Only then will it seem more realistic. I see. White-eyed Wolf suddenly understood. He deliberately let that person attract the enforcers of the Demon Palace. Let's go to the Black Tortoise realm for a cup of tea. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. As expected, other than Elder Hua and the others, no one else in the Demon Palace knew that they were acting. So when the enforcers arrived, they wouldn't show mercy at all. Of course. The enforcers wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, everyone knew that they had a sovereign divine weapon. However, they would definitely come quietly to investigate their whereabouts. At the same time, Wind Sea City. In front of the city gate, the 4 city guards each held a Heaven's Eye stone and investigated the people entering and leaving one by one. The current city guards weren't from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. They all belonged to the Demon Palace. However, other than that, they didn't see any enforcers of the Demon Palace. From the looks of it, it was just a routine check. No one would think that they were looking for someone. Not only the city gates, but even the city lord's mansion looked no different from usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of tension. However, in a courtyard behind the city lord's mansion, there was a murderous aura. Outside the courtyard, 10 black-robed men stood straight and looked straight ahead. Their eyes were incomparably sharp. That's right. They were the enforcers of the Demon Palace. Some had high and some had low cultivation. In the attic of the courtyard, a black-robed old man sat beside the tea table. He looked at the teapot on the table with wisps of smoke floating out. There was a cold light in his eyes. Chapter 3471. Suddenly, a guard brought a middle-aged man and hurriedly came to the front of the courtyard. He bowed and said, "Greetings, lords." The middle-aged man also bowed respectfully to the 10 enforcers. "What's the matter?" one of the enforcers asked. The guard pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "This person said that he had seen Qin Feiyang outside the city." "Seen Qin Feiyang?" The 10 enforcers were slightly stunned and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Is this true?" "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded. "Lord, there's news about Qin Feiyang." One of the enforcers immediately turned to look at the courtyard and shouted. The door opened and the old man in black walked out. The enforcers pointed at the middle-aged man and asked, he said that he had seen Qin Feiyang outside the city. The old man in black's eyes flashed as he sized up the middle-aged man and frowned. "How did you know that we're looking for Qin Feiyang?" The middle-aged man's expression stiffened. The 10 enforcers were stunned and suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Only the people from the Demon Palace knew about the pursuit of Qin Feiyang. How did this person know? Did someone leak the news? Speak. The old man in black snorted coldly. An invisible and terrifying pressure surged toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Lord, a friend of mine in the Demon Palace told me." "What friend?" The old man in black shouted. "Just an ordinary friend." The middle-aged man was extremely flustered. Elder Hua and Miss Yun personally ordered that no one was allowed to reveal the news of Qin Feiyang's capture to the outside world. However, this so-called ordinary friend of yours actually dared to disobey the order and told you the news. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would an ordinary friend tell you this? The old man in black said angrily. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He had not thought of this at all. He thought that he would be rewarded handsomely by tipping them off, but he did not expect that he would be in a dilemma. If he did not tell them, the Demon Palace would definitely not let him off. But if he told them the truth, the friend who told him the news would definitely be implicated. What to do? One of the law enforcers glanced at the middle-aged man and walked to the side of the black-clothed old man. He whispered, "Sir, we'll interrogate him later. Let's deal with Qin Feiyang first." The old man in black took a deep breath, looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Where did you see Qin Feiyang?" "Just outside the city." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied. "Who else could it be?" The black-robed old man asked. "There's also a wolf." The middle-aged man said. "Didn't you see Madman and Pei Tianhong?" The old man in black frowned. "No." The middle-aged man shook his head. The law enforcement officer at the side asked softly, "Sir, should we report this to Elder Hua?" "Of course. Even if it's just Qin Feiyang and that Wolf King, it's still not something we can handle. Because they have sovereign weapons." "I see. I'll go back and look for Elder Hua now. You guys follow him out of the city to take a look. Remember, you must not let them find you. It's best if you hide in a spatial divine item. If you're accidentally discovered by them, think of a way to delay them. After all, they still have some friendship with our Devil Palace. As long as you don't act recklessly, they probably won't kill you." The old man in black warned. "Yes." The 10 law enforcement officers bowed and replied. A moment later, the 10 law enforcement officers and the middle-aged man appeared in the sky above the forest. Moreover, they also listened to the old man in black and hid in a spatial divine item. No one. Looking at the empty forest outside, the 10 of them couldn't help but frown. "Sir, I really didn't lie to you. They were here before, but they left later on. It seems like they went over there." The middle-aged man pointed to the northeast direction of the forest and said in a trembling voice. When one of the law enforcement officers heard this, he immediately controlled a spatial divine item and flew over there. Along the way, they encountered many beasts and humans. However, they didn't find any traces of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Could it be that they have already left? The 10 law enforcement officers couldn't help but frown. "I'll go out and ask around." One of the law enforcement officers' eyes dimmed. He left the spatial divine item and asked the beasts and humans. However, those beasts and humans said that they didn't see Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Hence, the group of law enforcement officers controlled the spatial divine item and returned to their original place. Scanning the forest outside, one of the law enforcement officers glanced at the middle-aged man. He then looked at the other law enforcement officers and raised his eyebrows. If he's not lying, then Qin Feiyang has really left. Then, are we still waiting? Another law enforcement officer asked. "Let's wait. Elder Hua and the rest should be arriving soon." The law enforcement officer pondered for a while and said, "The Black Tortoise World." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf had been sitting in the tea garden, paying attention to the situation outside. It's been so long. They should be here by now. However, why haven't I seen a single shadow? The white-eyed wolf looked at the scene in the void and was puzzled. Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and looked at the white-eyed wolf, asking, could they be hiding in the spatial divine item? Huh! The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He pondered for a while and nodded. That might be possible. After all, they know that we have a sovereign divine weapon and don't dare to confront us directly. Then, shall we go out and take a look? Qin Feiyang asked. Sure. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyang put down his teacup while the white-eyed wolf twisted the wine pot. Whoosh! A man and a wolf immediately appeared in the forest. Inside the spatial divine item. The middle-aged man was thinking of how to escape at this moment, because, if he could find Qin Feiyang, he could make up for his mistakes. He and his friend might be able to escape this calamity. However, there wasn't even a shadow here. When the old man in black and Elder Hu arrived, they would definitely interrogate him. Especially Elder Hu. As the hall master of the law enforcement hall, he was powerful and resourceful. He would have 10,000 ways to make him talk. Thinking of the consequences, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, when Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf appeared, a glimmer of hope immediately burned in his eyes. He shouted, "Lords, look, I didn't lie to you. They are here." The 10 law enforcement officers were stunned and immediately looked at the image in the void in front of them. When they saw the man and the wolf, they were immediately shocked. They are also hiding in the spatial divine item. We must keep an eye on them, one of the law enforcement officers said in a deep voice. However, before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf released their divine senses in all directions. Oh no! The group of people hiding in the spatial divine item immediately changed their expressions. If Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf found out that they were hiding here sneakily, they would definitely not let them off easily. However, it was too sudden. They were completely caught off guard. Therefore, even if they wanted to use the spatial divine item to leave now, it was already too late. The divine senses of the man and the wolf immediately shrouded the spatial divine item. As expected, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Then, the white-eyed wolf activated the moment of time and instantly landed in front of the spatial divine item. Then, the law of death rolled out and clawed at the spatial divine item. With a loud crack, the spatial divine item shattered on the spot. The middle-aged man and the 10 law enforcement officers immediately rolled out of the spatial divine item. Law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall? The white-eyed wolf looked at the 10 law enforcement officers and pretended to be surprised. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise, "It's you? Lord Wolf." The middle-aged man was flustered. However, when he thought of the law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall, he couldn't help but feel more confident. "Did you bring them here?" The white-eyed wolf pointed at the 10 law enforcement officers and asked the middle-aged man. "It's me." The middle-aged man nodded. Although there were law enforcement officers beside him, he was still a little afraid. "You're really something. You took our pills and betrayed us. You're trying to please both sides." A cold light surged in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. "Pills?" The 10 law enforcement officers were taken aback and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. "Didn't he tell you? Previously, when he saw us, he told us that you were searching for us. He even tried to get us to give him 6 supreme divine items as a reward. However, supreme divine items are not cabbages. Where are we going to get so many for him? So, we gave him 100 divine life pills, 100 divine sun pills, and 100 primordial sea divine pills, all of which had 7 dragon-shaped elixirs. However, in the blink of an eye, he betrayed us and ran to you to claim the reward. He's too greedy." The white-eyed wolf frowned. "What? So many pills, and all of them have 7 dragon-shaped elixirs?" The 10 law enforcement officers were shocked. One had to know that even law enforcement officers like them were not qualified to enjoy pills of this level. "Sigh. We're really blind. We shouldn't have let you go back then." The white-eyed wolf sighed. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted and he grinned. "However, it's not too late to kill you now." Boom. His cultivation of the sovereign realm was suddenly unleashed. The middle-aged man's gaze trembled. He quickly hid behind the 10 law enforcement officers to seek protection. However, the 10 law enforcement officers' eyes were filled with disgust. This kind of person who tried to please both sides was not worthy of sympathy and protection. Moreover, There was a faint trace of greed in their eyes. It was simply a waste of these 300 pills in the hands of this person. However, they did not give up and leave him alone. This was because they still wanted to investigate who had leaked the secret. Wolf King, please calm down. We mean no harm. That's right. We're not really hunting you down. We're just following orders to find you. Searching and hunting are two completely different things. As for why we're looking for you, we don't know either. You'll have to ask Elder Hua. Besides, you're disciples of the Demon Hall, and we're law enforcement officers of the Demon Hall. We're all on the same side. There's no need to fight with each other. The 10 law enforcement officers spoke one after another. No matter what, they had to calm this man and wolf down first. Otherwise, they would not have a good ending. On the same side. Don't you think it's funny that you're saying these words now? The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with killing intent. He activated instant time and instantly charged toward the 10 law enforcement officers. Chapter 3, Release at 10 a.m.